Hello, and this is day 2 of the Standing Finance Committee, where members of the House of Representatives examine the various heads of expenditure for the national accounts for 2024-2025. 8 heads of expenditure will be examined, beginning with the Ministry of Finance. And this year, the Ministry of Finance has been allocated $7,359,935,650. And that is a massive decrease of $485,479,180 over the figure that was allocated in 2024. Next, we will have pensions and gratuities, and this year that unit has been allocated $2.5 million, and that is a decrease of $500,000 over the 2024 figure. The Auditor General's Department is up next with $32,662,500, and that is just a slight decrease of $1.1 million over 2024. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government will be the 4th head of expenditure to be examined today, and that ministry has been allocated $2,626,297,700. That is an increase of $52,763,700 over the 2024 figure. The Ministry of Public Utilities will be next with $3,044,832,000, and that is an increase of $218 million. The Ministry of Public Administration will be allocated $615,495,390, and that is a decrease of $65,836,534 over 2024. The Personnel Department will be up next with $46,246,000. That is a decrease of $5.5 million over the 2024 figure. And today, the final head of expenditure to be examined will be the Service Commissions, and that unit has been allocated $80,567,100. That is a decrease of $770,000. So we do have 8 heads of expenditure today. We had 9 heads of expenditure on Friday. Tomorrow we will also have 8 heads of expenditure, as well as on the 5th day we will have 8 heads of expenditure, and that will take us to 41 heads of expenditure. So the Ministry of Finance again coming up first today. The Minister of Finance, he will be sitting in for all of the heads of expenditure, but he will in particular be paying attention to the Ministry of Finance, Pensions and Gratuities, and the Auditor General's Department. So the chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, the Speaker of the House, who is referred to as the chairman of this committee, is making her way.
Morning, everyone. Kindly have a seat. Good morning, everyone. The meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. Head 18, Ministry of Finance. Head 18, Ministry of Finance, $7,359,935,650. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Sure. The Ministry of Finance is responsible for revenue collection and loan financing, and the release of funds to allow expenditure by all ministries and departments, statutory bodies, and other agencies of the government. The ministry has a number of divisions. The budget division, which is responsible for receiving and processing applications for the release of funds. The Customs and Excise Division, which is responsible for border control. Economic Management Division, which is responsible for the interface with the credit rating agencies, the IMF, the World Bank, and other entities that the ministry is required to interact with, both local and international. The Financial Intelligence Unit, which is a department of the ministry where the minister does not have any direct control. It is simply a department, an autonomous department of the Ministry of Finance, but we are responsible for approving staffing or releasing funds and so on to the Financial Intelligence Unit. The Inland Revenue Division, which is the revenue collection agency of the government. The Investments Division, which is a division which is responsible for all 53 odd state enterprises and their subsidiaries. I believe when you add all the subsidiaries together to the state enterprises, you get somewhere in the vicinity of 100 different public bodies. The ministry is also responsible for the National Insurance Board, the supervisor of insolvency, tax treaties, the Treasury, and a number of state enterprises such as Caribbean Airlines. The ministry is also responsible for the valuation division. Another entity that is associated with the ministry is the Central Audit Committee. And the Central Audit Committee is empowered to enter and examine the books and accounts in any government department and public entity. And just as an aside, I have today instructed the Central Audit Division to audit the expenditure at the Office of the Prime Minister in terms of entertainment and other expenses such as maintenance of the diplomatic center and so on for the period 2010 to 2015 and the period 2015 to 2024. And I shall lay the report of the Central Audit Committee in the Parliament so that we can see exactly what was spent during the 2010 to 2015 period and what has been spent by the Prime Minister during the 2015 to 2024 period. I undertake within 3 months I will lay that report so everybody could see, the public and everybody else. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $7,359,935,650 for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $7,359,935,650 for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the members of the technical team from the Ministry of Finance. We'll start with Head 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. I note that we have a substantial increase in the estimates for 2024 over the 2023 figure, but you spent 4.4 million less in 2023. That's salaries and cost of living. But you again are going back up to 16 million in 2025. So, Minister, can you indicate why we did not utilize the full allocation in 2024, and what would be different in 2025 that would make you ask for additional funding?
Sure. The Central Tenders Board staff has been transferred into the ministry, and therefore the personal expenditure for the ministry for 2025 will be more than it was before. And in addition, we have made allowance for the payment of arrears of acting allowances and increments in 2025. So that's why it's more in 2025. Was this an anticipation that CTB would be transferred in 2023? Yeah, and the 2024 figure was an anticipation that CTB would be transferred early in the fiscal year. Last year it was transferred a little later in the fiscal year.
Minister, would that also explain why in Head 05, the government's contribution to NIS would only increase by 100,000, given that the previous head, the 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, would increase by 3.4 million?
Well, if you
is it because a lot of those are
yes,
arrears?
I can answer that. The increase in NIS is just about 10% of the total, and the increase in salaries and cost of living not only involves the transfer of staff from the CTB into the general ministry, but also allows for arrears and acting allowance and increments. So that would not be taken into account in NIS. Okay?
Minister, just for clarification, would it be that all Central Tenders Board staff has now been lifted and put into
all positions? Some of them
positions?
Are vacant. Some of them are vacant.
Thank you. I don't know if my colleagues have.
And we are using them as our procurement unit, by the way, because of their experience.
Member for Cooper-South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, the figures, and probably you could give a blanket statement to cover the entire ministry in terms of the divisions. I see the increase of $3.4 million in terms of salary and cost of living allowance. Will that take into consideration, because you give an instruction to the CPU to commence negotiations with a 5% offer? Will that somewhere in terms of the allocation take that into consideration also?
Well, the negotiations are going to commence. We are not dictators. We have to await the outcome of the negotiations before we quantify the amount owed, and that will be dealt with in the mid-year.
In the mid-year reviews?
Because we are not dictators.
So you have no initial allocation?
Not at this point in time.
Not at this point in time.
It's a collective bargaining process, as you very well know.
Is that an instruction or collective bargaining?
I have authorized the CPO to commence negotiations with the unions. I think that's perfect English.
I understand. It may be an instruction rather than
Well,
collective
you could say
else?
what you want, you know. I've answered you.
Member, any other question? Item 002, Budget Division. Member for Urupuch West.
Again, Minister, your estimate for 2024 was $1 million. You proposed to spend 850,000, and then you've gone up again to 900. Minister, the question I have is with regards to that 05 government's contribution to NIS, whether this will fully meet all NIS obligations or whether we will still have arrears.
What this is for is, well, for those who are aware of the function of the budget division and the demands placed on it, the budget division gets numerous requests for releases of funds every day. I would say in any given month, got to be thousands. And we need some more budget analysts at the entry level, so that the increase in salaries and COLA is for the proposed employment of 24 budget analysts, or actually we brought them in at the end of the fiscal, and therefore they are carrying over into 2025, 24 budget analysts, and the increase in NIS is as a result of the employment of these entry-level budget analysts.
All right, Minister, if I take that, for fiscal 2024, you increased salaries and cost of living by $500,000 to $11.5 million, but you decreased NIS contributions from $1 million to $850,000. So we had salaries and cost of living going up, and we have NIS contributions going down. in fiscal 2024, which is why I was curious as to your allocation for fiscal 25.
If you look at the 2023 actual, it was 749,000. We made a provision, a preliminary provision of 1 million for 2024 on the assumption that these 24 budget analyst ones would come in at the beginning of the fiscal year. They did not. They came in towards the end of the fiscal year, and therefore we did not spend as much as we had anticipated. If you look at 2025, you see we've gone up to $900,000 and an increase in NAS. I'm talking NAS here of 50,000. So it all checks out. If we had got the budget analysts at the beginning of fiscal 2024, the expenditure would have been higher for 2024.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 003, Customs and Excise Division. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'm also very curious about this. 2024 estimate was 75 million. You revised spend is 64.5. You have what is in effect a nominal increase. We are looking at salaries and cost of living, yes. So your estimate was 75 million. You have a drop of 9.5 million, and you only now incrementally increasing it by 2.5. Can you indicate what caused the drop?
Sure. I can explain. In customs, because customs is still subject to the Public Service Commission in terms of promotion and appointment of staff, we have all sorts of issues with respect to acting allowances and increments, so that at the beginning of the year, a provision was made, assuming that a lot of the persons who are in acting positions would be permanently appointed to these positions. But that did not happen, because again, as I said, we are subject to the Public Service Commission, which is notoriously slow in filling vacancies. And therefore we spent 64,500. We've been a little more practical this year, and we put 67 million on the assumption that we will sort out a significant amount of the areas of increments and acting allowances.
Thank you very much. Minister, given your overall allocation or projected estimate to spend $67 million as it relates to salaries and cost of living, and taking into consideration the rollout of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, the sum here has any degree or allocation that will take into consideration if people resign from Customs and Excise and transitioning into the TTRA, how that will be dealt with?
The TTRA is mobilizing, it's recruiting, it's fleshing out its organizational structure and so on. It's dealing with the persons who applied for transfer and so on. There would still be an enforcement division of public servants. So what the ministry officials did is provided for the full year. If around the mid-year we do not need this full amount because the TTRA is fully operational, which we expect it will be by the mid-year, then this amount will be adjusted.
This will be adjusted?
It will be adjusted, yeah.
To reflect, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Member for Urupuch West.
Minister, item 03, overtime multi-paid officers. I note we have a $9 million reduction between the 24 estimate and the projected for 2025. Can you indicate what would have accounted for that $9.3 million reduction?
Payment of arrears in 2024, which we hope will not occur in 2025.
Okay.
And then the staff, we were able to employ some more staff, and therefore the demand for overtime would go down.
So just
there
as
are
a
more officers on the ground now.
Sure, just as a follow-up. So this would complete all outstanding arrears, Minister?
Not 100%, but certainly the arrears anticipated in 2025 would be much less than 2024.
Can you indicate what would be your expected breakdown?
Of what?
What you project to be outstanding, well,
We'll provide that
know
to
to
you.
be outstanding arrears.
I can provide to you the arrears paid in 24 and what we expect in 25.
Thank you.
Member for Curaçao?
Just quickly, back to salaries and cost of living. Minister, this $2.5 million means that you are recruiting additional custom officers?
Increments and acting
Only
allowances.
increments and allowances?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Item 004, Inland Revenue Division. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm expecting a similar answer with regards to the salaries and cost of living allowance that the minister just gave. Same issue? Arrears and
Increments and acting allowances.
Can I also ask whether this item 05, government's contribution to NIS, whether this will also indicate that full complement, full payment for all of
Well, what I'm seeing in the notes here is that the increase in the government's contribution to NIS is as a result of the anticipated settlement of increment and allowances, which would place employees' salary into a higher NIS bracket. So it's assumed they'll be promoted to the higher position and they'll get a higher salary, and therefore their NIS contribution will go up.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 005, Treasury Division. Item 008, Investment Division. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you again, ma'am. Sub-item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. I note that there was a substantial drop in your estimate for 2024 and a moderate increase in 2025. Can the minister indicate what happened in 2024, which resulted in a reduced spend, lower than what was projected and expected?
Yeah, again, is the whole question, the vexed question of the speed of recruitment of staff. There was an anticipation that many more staff would be recruited in 24, and it just didn't happen.
Minister, you budgeted again. Well, you budgeted 8 million as your expected for payment under the same head for 2024. You said that the problem is that there's been not as a rapid increase in the employment of staff, but you've only budgeted 6.7 million for 2025. Is it that you expect a similar slowness?
But remember, as I said, we are not responsible for establishment positions. The Public Service Commission is responsible for that. So that we're given the expectation that appointments would proceed at a rapid rate in 2024. It just didn't happen. So we decided to be more practical in 2025.
Given the importance of this division, as I'm sure you will agree, would you indicate, well, what do you think has been the effect of the inability to get sufficiently staffed up to the requirement? Has that had any negative effect on the ability of the investments division to do its job?
It causes the staff to be overworked. I haven't seen any deterioration in the quality and the output, but they're certainly a little stressed out. Okay? All right, there are now 12 companies per analyst. There should be much less than that. Okay? But I have not noticed any deterioration in quality or output.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to continue, ma'am, 05, government's contribution to NIS. Again, in 2024, last year when you were here, you indicated you wanted $800,000 to spend on the NIS. Your projected spend was only $440,000, and again this year, for 2025, your projected spend is even lower than it was in your estimate. Can you explain the reason for the difference?
We were hoping that the Public Service Commission would make the appointments in a timely manner. It didn't happen, and therefore this actual expenditure is less because less people were appointed. And we are being practical this year. Rather than going with 800, we're going with 550.
Minister, I'm not seeing a head for overtime, given your indication that...
These are monthly paid public servants. They don't get overtime.
So they don't get overtime.
I wish they did, but they don't. We have reached that stage yet in the collective bargaining process.
Then let me join you in commending the officers and the investment division. Thank you.
Item 009, Central Tenders Board. Item 010, Valuation Division. Item 011, National Insurance Appeal Board Tribunal. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you. Minister, sub-item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Your average spend was about $250,000. You budgeted for 2024 $400,000, but you only spent $150,000, which was less than your actual for the 2 years before. You've now gone back up to the $250,000. Can you indicate why it was that for the tribunal we had a substantial reduction in actual spend in 2024 and a proposed return to the original figure in 2025?
Well, the tribunal has indicated it's in the midst of a restructuring exercise, so that we are hopeful that in 2025 they will restructure, and therefore we will, via some funds or transfer funds if necessary, to supplement the allocation. But I don't think the restructuring exercise was done in as timely a manner as it should have been by the tribunal.
But this is for salaries and cost of living. Is the restructuring going to be a reduction or increase in the staffing? Is that?
Increase.
And that restructuring, so that assumes that the tribunal exists today.
It's functioning.
Therein lies my concern. In 2023, you had an actual spend on an existing tribunal of $245,000. You had proposed an increase. You actually spent less than you had in 2023 with an existing tribunal.
Some of the staff are being paid elsewhere, under another head.
So we have staff
under the investment division.
Okay, so we have staff who are employed at the National Insurance Appeal Board Tribunal who were previously being paid under this head, who are now being paid under another head?
What he's saying is
National Insurance Appeal Board.
what happened was some of the people were redeployed on short-term contracts, so it would not appear under this line item.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Some in the National Insurance Tribunal were re-engaged or redeployed under short-term employment, so it would not appear under this head. Okay?
I'll accept that, Minister. Thank you.
Item 014, Financial Intelligence Unit. Member for Oropouche West.
A similar question with regards to the salaries and cost of living allowance. 2024, Financial Intelligence Unit was supposed to get proposed last year 1.8 million. You proposed to spend 1.5, which is substantially less. And even in your 2025 estimate, it's a nominal increase. So you're now budgeting for even less than you had budgeted last year. Minister, can you advise why that is so? Clearly last year when you came to the Parliament, you had a plan.
And I ask you to adopt the approach of your colleague from Cuba. South? It's the same answer. It's the same answer to all items. Provision made for payment of arrears of increments and acting allowance for staff at the FIU owed from previous years. Okay? It's the same answer, right through. So could you adopt the position of your colleague and accept the same answer, right?
Yes, sir, I'm very, very grateful. I would be willing to do so. I just need to be very clear.
It is the
each
same
item.
It is the same thing. Okay?
We'll get to that.
No.
Yeah, I heard it.
Don't repeat it. Don't repeat.
So let's hope that that could be taken as banter, but, because I didn't hear, but let's hope we're not going to go down that route. We halt and we halt, we all halt at whatever juncture, and we find another more amicable approach. Yes, and respectful. Yes. Item 017, Office of the Supervisor of Insolvency, member for Oropouche West.
And I hate to trouble the Honorable Minister. Minister 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. In this instance, Minister, we did not have a reduction. We had an increase above the estimate for 2024. And you're carrying the same figure into 2025. My question is, Minister, what would have accounted for that increase above the estimate in 2024 and now proposed for 2025?
Well, this is not the same thing. They
It's
hired
not.
people, they hired additional staff, so it must cost more. Hey, stay out of my business.
Okay, can we move on? Yes? Item 018, Procurement Unit, member for Oropouche West.
Minister, again, just for clarification, there has been a reduction continuously in this procurement unit. You've indicated just now that the procurement unit has now been absorbed into another unit. That another unit has been, in fact, absorbed into the procurement unit. They are now functioning as the procurement unit. Is it that the income here, the expenditure proposed here has not increased because you're paying it under a separate head?
General administration.
Okay, so that we would have had a proposed spend of $3.76 million in 2024, a proposed spend. We now have a reduction to $2 million, a $1.76 million reduction. Is it then that staff are no longer employed who were employed in in 2024?
No.
Because we now
What
have a
happened
reduction.
was that some of the positions are manipulative, clerical, and that sort of thing. So and human resource and that kind of thing. So what we did is redistributed the staff into our general administration division. Okay?
Minister, then, just for the clarification and for information,
The
can
people
you
are still
provide,
there.
Can you provide a listing of the number
Sure,
of staff
no
members and
problem.
positions?
That's
Thank you
fine.
very much.
You'll get that.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much. 05, telephones. Minister, we moved from an actual spend of just under $1 million in 2023 to a proposed $4 million spend in 2024. We reduced it to 1.6, which was still higher than 2023. And now we're proposing to increase it again by $2.5 million. So as actual spend in 2023, 2 years ago, was less than $1 million. Proposed spend for 2025 is $2.5 million. Minister, what would have accounted for that relatively high usage of telephones for purposes of the Ministry of Finance?
If you look at the original estimate for telephones, it was $4 million.
Thank you.
Right. And we only spent 1.6.
So therefore, Minister, why did it shift from 926,000 to $4 million, which was your provisional estimate? You're saying you save money, but you have in fact went from 929,000 to propose 4 million. Didn't spend the 4 million. So it was not a saving. As a matter of fact, my concern is I'm not sure why you skyrocketed it to 4 million. It was 4 times higher, and then didn't spend the 4 million. You spent 1.6.
Well, I think if I estimated 4 million and I spent 1.6 million, that's certainly a saving. I mean, I don't know why you are saying it is not. I am a little confused at that.
Well,
but what has
fairly
happened is that we
Minister.
have more divisions now in the ministry, more staff than we had before. And people are also sharing, people are sharing space. Now people are luckily in individual spaces. So that's why we anticipate a spend of 2.5, which is still $1.5 million less than the original estimate of 4 million for 2024.
Let me help you, Minister. Last year,
And
1
the
year
other thing
ago,
I would like to tell you is that with telephones, you may yourself be aware of this. Quite often you're carrying considerable arrears on telephones, okay? So that we operate on a cash basis, which is what I had explained the other day. took over North, and therefore the 929,000 spent in 2023 may not, and certainly did not, in my view, represent the full liability owed to TSCT for 2023. Okay?
Thank you, Minister. So can you break down the difference there, in what arrears you have?
I will get that for you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Problem there.
Minister, I want to move to item 07, house rates. Minister, on the previous occasion, you explained house rates to be, if I am to paraphrase, long outstanding payments from long, long ago. That's how you describe item 07, house rates. That's how you describe the payment on a previous occasion. We now have the same house rates appearing here in this ministry. This time you had estimated $100,000 in 2024, did not meet your payment proposed for 2024, and are now estimating $100,000 again. So this is not an insignificant sum. Minister, for the benefit of the viewing audience, I think you really need to break down exactly what this house rates issue is, how long it has been outstanding, and whether or not this payment will wipe out all arrears, because that is how you described it on the previous occasion.
I will most certainly provide you that information, and I will urge the public servants to clear this off so it no longer appears as a line item.
So, Minister, in your current notes, you would not have an explanation as to what would have accounted for this $100,000?
Yeah, sorry, could you, I was getting some information there. Could you just repeat?
Minister, you would not have in your explanatory notes now what would have accounted?
Proper detailed explanation. I will get it for you.
And Minister, can we be assured that we'll get that before the end of the Standing Finance Committee?
I can't assure that because you're going back maybe 30, 40 years, but I'll get it for you.
Thank you. Just to add to that, Minister, can you identify too, when you are doing your comprehensive explanation, when it was discovered that this money was outstanding and to whom? And whether interest has also accrued on the fund?
I'll get an explanation for you.
Thank you. If I am to move on, Minister, item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. I note that there has been a substantial reduction from your estimate for 2025, even your revised estimate for 2024, sorry, to what is proposed for 2025, a $14.5 million difference. Is it because of, well, Minister, you tell us what this is, the reason for the drastic decline.
Until this year, the Ministry of Finance paid rent to the central bank, which was the owner of the Eric Williams Financial Plaza, which is the two buildings, the Central Bank Tower and the Finance Tower. It was an agreement entered into many, many years ago. I'm not sure if you're old enough, but the Eric Williams Financial Plaza was completed in the early 1980s, around 1982, sometime like that. And there was an arrangement in place that the central bank would own everything and would rent the Finance Tower to the Ministry of Finance. We completed the last payment in 2024. So we no longer have this amount, this 15 million, as a rent payment going forward. We now own the building. The building was in fact transferred, the title was transferred to the Ministry of Finance in 2024 by a deed of lease. Okay? So we no longer have to pay this rent. We own the building now. The Ministry of Finance owns the building.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, sub-item 16, contract employment. Minister, just for clarification, because the figure is the same as the estimate and almost the same as the actual for 2023. What exactly falls under this contract employment, this $20 million allocation for contract employment, and whether or not, given the definition of contract employment, whether this is on a rotational basis, whether we have the same individuals continuously being employed under these heads.
Some continue, some don't. So if you want details, I can get it for you.
I will appreciate that very much,
Sure.
Minister. Similarly, for short-term employment, again, the figures are very similar. $7.6 million estimated for 23, 24, 25. But it seems ironic that the figure remains the same, given the definition of what short-term employment is supposed to be.
Often in the budget estimates, they round off the figures. Sometimes, most of the time, the figure is down to the last dollar. Sometimes it is not. So this is a rounded off figure.
Agreed, Minister. I understand that part.
And
My
I
question
want
is
to make
whether-
the point as well. When you look at the actuals, look at
Yes.
the left-hand column, it's down to the last dollar. So in this item, for example, let's look at contract employment. The actual for 2023 was $19,317,418. The estimate for 2024, $20 million, which is a rounded up figure. Revised estimate, $20 million, again a rounded up figure, because at the time of the printing of the budget documents, the final figures are not known. They are known at the closing of the accounts in January of the following year. So you, in the next book, you will see rounded off, not a rounded off figure, you'll see the actual amount, and it will be different to this $20 million or
I
understand
and appreciate that, Minister. My question really was based on the rounding off of the figures, whether those persons employed on both contract employment and short-term employment, because the figures are similar, even if they rounded off, the figures are similar, whether this represents a continuation of employment.
Well, this is what I told you. Some are continued and some are not. So I can get those details for you.
Sure. Thank you very much.
If you have any, I'll just ask that you hold a bit. Let me take member for Vancouver South.
28 other contracted services. Minister, there's going to be an increase of $20 million being spent, an overall projected expenditure of $5 million. And if we go down to the further explanation, in Roman numeral 1, legal counsel and advisory services, could you give us the details of how this $10 million will be spent, and also at Roman numeral 3, consultants to the Ministry of Finance? I'm very interested also in Roman numeral 7, sport against violent energy, save, and $15 million will be allocated for sport against violent energy. If we could get some clarification on these items.
Certainly. So page 90, you see. Right. Which ones you want? All of them?
1, 3, and 7.
Well, one should be obvious. You're suing me every day. So I have to hire lawyers.
Me?
Can we go on? Well, UNC. Could I go on to item 3 now?
Very.
I get freedom of information requests, pre-action protocols, and writs and writs.
Very clear we will
Madam
exercise the
Chairman,
options in
I didn't
and
interrupt
out
him,
of-
you know. I didn't interrupt him. May I be allowed to speak?
Go ahead, Minister.
I get freedom of information requests. There you see, it won't stop.
Don't talk over each other so that we can all hear the answers, and therefore that will inform questions to follow.
Yes. As Minister of Finance, we in the ministry and me in my substantive position as Minister of Finance get freedom of information requests on a regular basis, sometimes every single day. We also get pre-action protocol letters on a regular basis, sometimes every week or every month. Then we get writs, claims, actual legal action regularly. And therefore, we have to defend ourselves. And most of the time, these freedom of information requests or pre-action protocols or actual legal actions are initiated directly by persons, members of parliament of the UNC opposition, sometimes, and sometimes by well-known UNC activists, and sometimes by men of straw associated with the UNC. So we have to hire lawyers to defend ourselves and defend the public purse. So that's what that is for. Okay? So could we move on to number 3?
Is there any outstanding sums that are being owed to any?
Yes.
And could we get the information?
Yes, because it's...
Law-abiding citizens under the Constitution have a right to the courts and to use whatever mechanism to get information from a government that operates in a very clandestine manner.
Well, I'm afraid that the pre-action protocols and the freedom of information requests are not so clandestine. They're obviously coming from the UNC. But be that as it may, we get these things so fast and furious that sometimes we can't keep up with the bills. And therefore the answer is, Madam Chairman, I did not interrupt him. He asked me if there are outstanding bills owed. I'm answering you. Because UNC activists, UNC MPs file legal action so often, sometimes we can't keep up with the bills. So yes, we owe lawyers money because you come at us so often.
Can we get the law firms or the name of...
You will get as much detail as we can give. I can give you the name of the action, the citation, and so on. Okay?
Member for...
no,
sorry.
ma'am.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
The consultants to the Ministry
Yes, I'm sorry.
of Finance.
Sorry.
Consultants, but our primary consultants, our international financial consultants, who assist us with the meetings with the credit rating agencies, Standard & Poor's and Moody's and CARICRIS, and also with the international multilateral agencies such as the IMF, World Bank, and so on. That our primary consultants are a firm out of Paris, and they have been extremely useful to the government over the last 9 years.
Could we get the name of that consultancy firm?
I can give it to you now. I've named it on many occasions in my press releases when we preserved
Don't pay
our...
much attention.
Madam Chairman, why does he keep talking when I'm talking?
So, St. Augustine, let them continue the conversation. I think he really wants to assist you, but member for Couva South, I think we should let the minister complete his answer, and you're always welcome to make a second intervention or a third. Yes.
Chairman, I insist, I am keeping quiet when the members opposite are speaking. I insist that you enforce the rules and ask them to keep quiet as well. Let me repeat. On every occasion that we have preserved our investment grade status with Standard & Poor's and received an excellent IMF report, which is often, I name the entity. It is called Lazard, L-A-Z-A-R-D.
Anything else? Member? Yes?
$15 million will be spent under Roman numeral 7. Sport against violent energy, SAVE, sorry. Could we get some details?
This is in the formation stage at this point in time. Right now, there's no final settlement of the arrangements. It is something proposed by one of our sporting icons, Brian Lara, and also by the Heroes Foundation. And they've made a proposal to go into at-risk communities and put on sporting competitions and try and get youth involved in healthy activity. It is not fleshed out yet, so it's merely a provision at this point in time.
This is something along the line of live sport, then?
Not at all. Quite the opposite. It couldn't be further away from it. It does not involve $32 million for goods and services never received.
Are you in a position to tell this meeting when this
it will be
sport against violent energy
it is
will
hoped
be
it will be implemented in 2025, but it is in the formation stage at this point in time. No contract has been awarded, no commitment has been given, but we put a provision in because it is appears to be a very valuable and useful exercise.
And your ministry will be the...
No. We simply have the provision there, similar to the way we have a provision for incentives to farmers in ours, and it is accessed by the Ministry of Agriculture. This will be accessed by the relevant ministries, Youth and Sport.
So not whether the Ministry of Sport or the Ministry of Youth?
I said Youth and Sport, both.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're against this?
Not at all.
I'm glad.
So member for Oakwood West.
Thank you. Minister, just to stay on that same line item, 28.
What, 28?
Yes, thanks. Other contracted services. Minister, you indicated that a lot of the expenditure that you described was based on, for example, your expenditure to Lazard, etc., was based on having historically done this. But you're asking for an increase overall of $20 million. So we've gone from 25 to 45. On the overall fees, you've gone from 25 to 45. But what you've described is a continuous need for legal services, a continuous payment of your rating agencies, a continuous payment to the same consultants, etc. What would have accounted for, since we have a continuous payment for this? Now I understand the 15 million comes from this new 15 million figure is for what you propose to be your sport against violent energy proposal.
You got
it. That would still leave an increase of $5 million above what you would have expected to spend in 2024. What part of these 8 items would have accounted for that $5 million increase?
Legal fees. We
So,
expect
Minister,
you to sue us more often.
Oh, okay, guarantee that. Minister, can I ask whether there's a legal department at the Ministry of Finance?
Yes, there is. There's a Treasury Solicitors Department.
So we have no legal department that deals specifically with legal issues such as these. We have to outsource these on a continuous basis.
If one looks at the origin, function, scope of the Treasury Solicitors Department or Division, one will see that it was formed to deal with legislation, and they have no experience in litigation. And it has been the experience of the Ministry of Finance for the last 60 years that you don't use the Treasury Solicitors Department for litigation, because they simply draft legislation and advise on legal agreements and so on, like loan agreements, but they don't get involved in litigation. We do outsource. Sure. All ministers of finance for the last 60 years have outsourced.
So, Minister,
and since we expect, I'm not finished,
wow.
Since we expect a plethora, a flurry, an avalanche of pre-action letters and legal actions in 2025, we've put a little increase.
Perhaps if the ministry was a little bit more open, the minister was a little bit more open with information. But, Minister, given your own statement that you have had this plethora and are expecting more, would it have not been more effective and efficient to have an in-house counsel, an in-house department which will respond to freedom of information requests? You're not in agreement with that?
Sorry, I'm waiting for you to finish.
I'm finished, Minister.
Right. We don't play in the amateur league in the Ministry of Finance. We hire senior counsel. And because we hire senior counsel, distinguished, experienced senior counsel, we win. I do not want to go to a situation where we would put the government and the Treasury at risk. We will continue to outsource to senior counsel.
Minister, I'm very curious to hear you say that, because a freedom of information request, I have done a couple of them in my name. A freedom of information request is a request for information. So
I'll answer you. As soon as you finish, I'll answer you.
Sure, I'm finished. I'm just curious as to why the senior counsel is, Minister.
I'm waiting. Are you finished?
Sure.
Right. Many of the men of straw, I haven't seen many ladies of straw, it's mostly men of straw, who operate on behalf of the UNC and send us freedom of information request things that are not permitted under the Freedom of Information Act. And therefore we have to seek advice on almost every occasion, because the Freedom of Information Act requires disclosure of documents, but quite often we get a request asking for an opinion, asking us to create documents that don't exist. So we have to get advice from senior counsel, because more times than not, the person who is asking for documents that don't exist sues us And we actually have a case like that, a live case right now, where a particular individual asked for documents that don't exist, and when we told them the documents don't exist, they're gone to court. Okay, so I have to seek the advice of senior counsel all the time. I do that because I am prudent, and as I said, because of that, our success rate in court is very high.
Mr. I look forward to your provision of the breakdown of legal counsel and advisory services, but I don't want you to escape so easily. In answering my colleague with regards to sub-item 28, that same sub-item, consultants for the Ministry of Finance, you identified one consultant. Is it that this sum of $15 million goes to this one consultant, or
No.
are there several?
We have a number of agreements with the World Bank now, as you may or may not know, because of our GDP per capita. Trinidad and Tobago has graduated out of a certain category in the World Bank, and we no longer get free consultancy services from the World Bank, so we have to pay for it. So it's not just Lazard, it's things like this. In fact, we are doing one right now, looking at social grants, looking at the efficiency of social grants. That's been going on for a long time, and we've had to hire very experienced consultants through the World Bank.
So would you then, because you indicated that you had already given one, would you then agree that you would provide the rest of the consultants, all consultants?
No
under the
problem.
head? Thank you very much, Minister.
Item 002, Budget Division. Item 003, Custom and Excise Division. Member for Oropouche West.
Again, Minister, we go back to sub-item 05, telephones. I was wondering whether you would clarify whether the answer is the same as previously, which is that you had arrears proposed to be expended, because we had a $1.75 million actual. You budgeted last year for 4.5, but had dropped it to your actual spend of about, well, not your actual, but your revised spend to 1.5. So, Minister, you've again increased it slightly. So I'm wondering whether this is the same explanation as you had given before under a similar heading in another division.
Yes, and as you could see, the increase is not that much. It's less than 5%.
But you would have expected in 2024 something different, which we assume would have been payment and settlement of arrears in 2024, which is why you went from 1.75 to 4.5.
You're on telephones, customs, and
We're
excise?
on telephone, customs and excise, sorry, customs and excise division. You went from 1.75 to estimating 4.5, but your revised was 1.5. So my question is whether this was consideration for
They
arrears.
do have arrears.
Can you advise the amount of arrears?
We'll
and whether
get that for you.
This will be sufficient
We'll
to
get that
cover
for
it?
you. Yeah, well, hopefully.
Minister, again, the similar situation, line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. Again, you had estimated a higher figure. It collapsed to $5 million, and now you're going back to $1.6 million more. So you are reflecting your 2024 estimate, even though you did not use your 2024 estimate fully.
Well, we're hopeful we can have more customs outposts during 2025.
So those are for the creation of outposts? Or for
Locations, new locations, and so on. We're hoping.
Would you be able to give us a breakdown as to what your projection is?
I'll give you what the original one was, because it's the same amount, and it should be the same for 25. Okay?
Thank you, Minister. If I am to move on to sub-item 15, repairs and maintenance of equipment. In 2024, last year, you came to the Parliament and asked for $5.3 million, which was approved, but you only spent $200,000. Even your request for 2025 of $3 million does not cover what you would have expected in 2024.
That is for renewal of licenses for the Asecuda system, which is now going to fall into 2025.
This falls under repairs and maintenance of
I know.
equipment.
I see that myself.
So is this the correct head for Asecuda to be under?
It's
For
a
the license?
service. I guess it could fall under maintenance, upgrade of the system, and so on.
So is it that this was due in 2024 and not paid?
The upgrade was supposed to take place in 2024, did not happen. We expect it to happen in 2025.
So then why is the figure for 2025 estimate still lower than the proposed estimate?
Because we looked at the experience in 2024 and the speed of upgrade was not what was anticipated, so we're being practical in 2025.
Would this upgrade, having not happened, affected the operations of the ports, etc.?
He's asking with it. I'm told no, that what really affects efficiency in customs is staff, not equipment, not technology.
Miss, if I'm to move on.
To another item, I
Yeah.
just ask if we'll allow member for Cuba South
Sure.
to intervene at this time with his question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to line item 28, other contracted services, there's an increase in expenditure of $8.1 million, which we'll see in 2025, $28.1 million being spent. And I know within recent times you told, I think, the other place that mobile scanners for the ports of Point Lisas and Port of Spain will become operational and so on and have been procured. Could you provide some details on how this $15 million will be spent in under Roman numeral 1?
I didn't interrupt you, notice. The 15 million is for the fees for the operation of the container examination stations, or CES as it is called. The scanners you refer to are under the development program. Yeah, they're not here.
But you, at another place, you indicated that scanners were obtained.
When we get there, I'll give you a report on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
For Trust?
We can move on, ma'am.
Item 004, Inland Revenue Division. Member for Orpooch West.
Same question again, Minister, with regards to traveling and subsistence as we had previously, but this time we're looking at a movement from 9 million to 5.3 million to now 5.5 million. So traveling and subsistence estimate for 2024 was 9 million, but your revised estimate and your proposal for 2025 is only $5.5 million. What can you account for the difference?
We had really hoped in 2024 that we would get more staff. Again, these people are all appointed by the Public Service Commission. So we had hoped, because we're pushing hard into two divisions, Inland Revenue and Customs, to get the full complement of staff. We're severely understaffed there. So we had hoped that there would be appointment of additional staff in Inland Revenue in 2024. It didn't happen. Again, that's outside of our control. That's Public Service Commission. That's why it was 9 million was put. There was an anticipation that the Public Service Commission would move swiftly. They didn't. So now we're being a little more practical.
Has that affected the operations of the Inland Revenue Division? The fact that you are, again, indicating that posts remain vacant, they have not been filled, and even the traveling and subsistence now has dropped. Has that affected the operations of the division at all?
The travel is associated with the staff. So the more staff you have, the more you have to pay in traveling. Okay? So that's the explanation for that. So it was hoped that more staff would come on board, so you'd have to pay them salaries and you have to pay them traveling. Obviously, this division being short-staffed is a problem. That's why we are moving towards the Revenue Authority.
Moving on, Minister, items 04 and 05. 04 is electricity, 05 is telephones. Again, we see a reduction in your estimate for 24 and sort of matching into 2025. Would the minister indicate what would have caused this reduction from your estimate to
Well, you went up to 5.
what you now propose to be
No,
2025
no,
figure?
because I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Thank you. Same question with regards to house rates again, Minister. I'm assuming that your briefing will be comprehensive enough to cover
Can we
all
just
aspects
use
of
a
this house rates.
catch-all across the board for every division that you see house rates in? I will try my best to give you information on all. Okay?
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I move on to item 15, repairs and maintenance equipment, where you are asking for $8 million now above what your revised estimate is for 24. You would have budgeted, so on actual you spent about $6 million, but in 2024 you estimated that you were going to spend last year when you came here. You estimated you were going to spend $20 million. You did not. You spent substantially less than that. You spent the same amount that was your actual in 2023. But this year you're asking for $8.5 million more. Minister, because this is repairs and maintenance of equipment, the question is what was not done that you propose to do now in 2025? What did you propose in 2024 to get done, requiring a $20 million figure that you didn't spend, that you propose to now spend with $15 million in 2025? I'm finished.
Just check.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to be guilty of what I accuse you all of. So it's maintenance for Gentax version 9, e-services module, production support, IRD Tower Data Center, annual maintenance of the APC Schneider Solution checkpoint, firewall software maintenance, and so on. So it's a lot of, this is not bricks and mortar, this is not cement and steel. This is maintenance of the computerized systems at Inland Revenue, which are very, very important. Okay, the Gentax system.
Minister, since you obviously have the breakdown, would you be willing to provide us in writing in the interest of time?
The breakdown?
Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you. I move on to contract employment, Minister. You had proposed to spend $16 million on the contract employment in 2024 under the under the Inland Revenue Division, but you only spent 11, which is on par with what you would have spent on your actual. You're proposing to increase it by $1 million. Again, my question is, what would you have envisioned to happen under contract employment in 2024 that did not happen? Because even your increase, so it's clearly what you're saying to go into 2025 is not the same as you saw in 2024, because your increase is not as much as it was in 2024 for 2025. Thank you.
No, I want to know if you finished.
Absolutely, sir.
Right. We had hoped to employ legal officers, IT specialists, and criminal investigators. There is a unit within the Inland Revenue called the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit. So we had hoped to beef up the staffing in there. It didn't work out, and there's a point I'd like to make, there's an unemployment issue in Trinidad like any other country, Trinidad and Tobago. But sometimes when you go out, you just don't get the quality of staff you're looking for because people can earn so much more in the private sector. So it's a little problem for us, but we're going to keep at it because we need legal officers, IT specialists, and criminal investigators in the Inland Revenue Division.
So this is clearly a function of the ministry itself, not of any of the service commissions providing support. This is contract
No, this is
employment
us.
for the ministry.
But you see, when you go out, and maybe the service commission is having the same problem as well, that people are not attracted to the terms and conditions, they find them too low.
But then that brings me to my next question, which I had flagged and decided not to ask, Minister. Under training, item 17, you would have budgeted $1 million for training, assuming that you would have been facing the kind of concerns that you have now, where you're not getting kind of quality staff that you want to get to fill those criminal tax investigation department, etc. You budgeted $1 million, but only spent $20,000. Your estimate for 2025 is $100,000. So if you are not able to locate, would you not consider training, upgrading your training levels for the kind of services that you want? That's a sign, Minister.
No, something is wrong. The training is for the establishment staff, and the Inland Revenue Division simply did not do the amount of training that was anticipated in 2024. And you have to remember as well, we are moving to fully operationalize the Revenue Authority, so that's why we put 100,000 for training in 2025. Because the training will be done by Revenue Authority as they move over.
Minister, if you were to turn the page, I don't know if my colleagues have any other issues, but if you were to turn the page in the interim, page 94, sub-item 23, fees. Minister, your proposed for 2025 is $600,000, but your estimate for 24 was $2.1 odd million. This estimate is less than your estimate for 2025 is less than your estimate for 2024, which you didn't use. So clearly you had some idea of what you wanted to do with these on the fees, which you did not meet.
Legal fees, but in the ministry, quite often we take responsibility at head office for procurement of legal services. This would be outsourcing lawyers as well by Inland Revenue.
So, Minister, can you give us a breakdown as to the beneficiaries of this?
I can't give you the names until I get advice, but I can give you the matters.
I would appreciate that. That would be fine. Can I also trouble you to get an indication of what you would have envisaged in 2024? Because I'm curious, Minister, whether this 2024...
No, what I said is that we pay from other line items for legal services. So even though we had budgeted to pay $2 million out of the Inland Revenue line item, we would have still engaged the lawyers and paid elsewhere. Okay, so I'll get you the information.
Thank you, Minister. If I'm to move on to line item 33, interest on late value added tax refund. Minister, your actual for 2023 was $2.3 million on interest on late value added tax refund. Your projected spend in 2025 is $500,000, which is similar to what you had projected in 2024. Minister, what would have accounted for, well, I know the logical answer, what would have accounted for interest on late value added tax, but what would have accounted for the need for value-added taxes refunds to be late, hence earning an interest?
Cash flow.
Cash flow. Minister, is it then, well, let me ask this question differently. Minister, can you advise whether or not this figure you propose for 2025 of $500,000 would be sufficient to cover all outstanding tax refund interest, given your pronouncement in the budget that you intend to settle substantial amounts of VAT refunds by the end of the year?
Hopefully.
Minister, Security Services, item 4.3. Security Services, an actual, you spent $5.6 million in 2023, but you had tripled that to $14.2 million in 2024, which you did not spend. You spent 6, but you're now increasing again to 10. So clearly there's a concern that the Minister has with regards to security services, as you should. Can you break down what are the costs, what are the costs in the line items, the specific line items, which would have resulted in this increased cost from $5.6 million in 2023 to an estimate of $6.4 million in 2024 to an estimate for 2025 of now $10 million, almost $4 million higher?
The security services include armed and unarmed security services at the Inland Revenue Division Tower on Wrightson Road, unarmed security at Trinidad House, armed and unarmed security services at the 12 district revenue offices, armed security services for out-of-hours works which are planned or unplanned maintenance, like when there are a problem with the air conditioning and we have to work weekends, Also at the district revenue offices, you have unplanned out-of-hours services, maintenance that has to be performed, so you need security for that. Armed monitoring and response for the Bim Trace warehouse, armed security services at the VAT office in San Fernando, and armed monitoring and response for all district offices. And I must commend the ministry for achieving savings of almost $8 million in this item. And I must also commend the security services for the great work they did in 2024 to catch somebody who tried to sabotage the air conditioning system in the Ministry of Finance head office and attempted to flood all the floors at the ministry. That person was detected by our security, apprehended, arrested, and charged.
Minister, you referred to an $8 million saving. That is between your estimate and your revised estimate. I'm assuming that's the figure you're talking about, this $8 million saving?
That is the terminology. If you plan to spend 14 and you spend 6, then you have saved 8.
Minister, that's my point.
For accounting purposes.
Clearly have not done what you had proposed to do with the money. So that, for me, that is a failure of implementation. It is not a saving. It is a failure of implementation, and that has consequences. Perhaps one of the consequences may have been this incident to which you referred. But you also indicated that several of these things are for provision of security for these various offices. Is it that we are now providing more security? Because you're increasing from 6.4 to 10. Is it that we are now providing more security, or is it that there are new offices and new institutions which now require security?
Well, in the first place, that was classic gaslighting on your part. If we budgeted to spend 14 and we spend 6, then we did achieve tremendous efficiencies. And
No,
the
sir.
intruder, Madam Chairman, I didn't say a word when he was talking. I did, and they talking over there too. The intruder was caught, and therefore the security services performed as expected. It is simply a budget estimate, and minded that there was an increase in the minimum wage from January of 2024, which would have increased the cost of outsourced security services, and therefore we expect an increase in 2025 because there wasn't a whole year charge for 2024. It started in the second quarter of the fiscal. Okay,
Minister,
so that's why there's an increase.
Sure. Minister, would you be able to provide a breakdown of the providers of these security services?
Most certainly.
Thank you.
And I want to give a special congratulations to MTS, who caught that intruder that tried to flood our entire building. Yes.
Member for Urupuch West, are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Member for Urupuch, member for Kuva South, do you have a question?
We reached page 97.
No, we haven't reached there.
It's a little ahead of you this morning.
So item 005 Treasury Division, member for Urupuch West.
You, Minister, with one question under this head, unless you prompt other questions in your response. Head item 008, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. Your actual spend, this is under Treasury Division, was $933,000 in 2023. You budgeted twice that in 2024, but only spent less than that. Now, I know you describe that as a saving. I'm just curious as to why you would have spent $500,000, which is half of what your rental lease was the year before, but you now increased it to $1 million. So that increase in 2025 actually matches what was spent in 2023, but is lower than your initial estimate. So I mean, I don't want to believe that the minister will come with a higher estimate so he will spend less to claim that he has a saving. Over to you, Minister.
I'm just wondering if these two over there asking questions, these two members, honorable members, are just...
Well, the only member I recognize right now is Urupuch West, and
Thank you.
And I wish you'll direct your response to Urupuch West.
Focus.
Yes, please.
out and Senegal is very distracting.
Member, please proceed.
He's distracted by you, Khadija. Well done. Sorry, member.
See, there I go again. Member for Oropouche West. We did achieve a saving. That is all you can describe it. If you budgeted 1.8 and you spent less than that, or whatever, 1.5, whatever the number was, and you spent less, it is a saving. And we have been trying to do some reorganization. We moved some of the Treasury staff into the head office because we had some space made available. And in 2025, we will be looking at occupying additional space for the Treasury Division. It's a very important division.
Item. Yes, sorry. Member Oropouche. I already said one question, so that's why. Sorry.
Yeah, but
That's okay.
the minister incites me. Although I think that I want him to not be distracted by my very beautiful colleague for St. Augustine, he needs to focus on the economy a little bit. Item 1.5, repairs and maintenance of equipment. Again, we see a movement from $1.3 million in actual to a revised estimate of 1.5. But I want to take the minister back to his saving. This figure, the estimate, so actual figure for 2023 was $1.3 million. The minister would then planned something and came with a request from the Parliament last year for $16.5 million. So he had proposed to move from 1.3 actual to 16.5 revised. He spent 1.5. He's proposing to spend $5 million now. So even if you add all of those together, you still will not get what you wanted to spend for fiscal 2024, which is 16.5. Minister, I am not too sure how you'll count that as a saving, because clearly you had planned to do something, which is why you would have increased this from 1.3 to 16.5. You did not spend the money, and you are not proposing to spend that much even in fiscal 2025, Minister. So we are moving from 16.5 estimate to 1.5 revised estimate, now to $5 million estimate. So you still would not have netted to 16.5. Minister, what specifics were left out in 2024, which are some, I'm assuming, some of which will be done in 2025, but the rest will not be?
In 2024, it was anticipated that there would be repairs to the vaults and safes in the Treasury Division. The Treasury Division is the repository for cash before it's sent to the central bank. And also, this maintenance of equipment involves software. So there was maintenance of a software suite called SurePay. There was support and upgrade of various computer equipment, including data storage servers. In addition, there was a plan to upgrade and maintain a software suite called PeopleSoft. What we did instead is that the Ministry of Public Administration is now handling quite a bit of the software systems that would normally have been handled by the Treasury Division, so that they are covering that cost. But still in 2025, some of the things that we had planned to do in 2024 are proposed for 2025, including repairs to vaults and safes and maintenance and support of software systems.
Thank you, Minister. And that just highlights the point that this not spending, the failure to implement, which is what you're proposing to do now, to implement some of the projects that you would have done, you were supposed to do in 2024, will now be done in 2025. Failure to implement is not a saving, Minister. If I may move on to sub-item 29.
I would like to respond.
Sorry?
You can't have it both ways. If we budget $3 million and we spend $4 million, you can't say that's an overspend. If we budget $4 million and we spend $3 million, that's a saving. If we budget $3 million,
if you budget $4 million and spend $3 million and did not do what you were supposed to, you have failed to implement.
All right. So I guess it's just the anxiety to keep the conversation. All right, so Minister of Finance, the member for Oropouche West has paused to allow you to finish your.
He's paused interrupting me. So if we budget 3 and we spend 4, you can't classify that as an overspend, when on the other hand, if we budget 4 and spend 3, you refuse to classify that as a saving. That is how we do accounting.
If you spend more than you estimate, it is overspent. If you spend less than you estimate, it is underspent. If you spend less on items, Minister, if you spend less on items that you're projected to do because you did not do them, that is underperformance. That is not overspend and underspend. That is underperformance, Minister.
I will have to respond to that.
Thank you very much. Line item
Just 1
29.
minute, one minute, please. Yes, Minister.
The vaults and safes have not been fixed yet.
All right. I suggest if we're going to have this to-in and fro-in about terms, that we go on to the exercise that we're about. Okay? Member? Yeah. So, member, just withdraw that word and let's try. Thank you so much. Member for Oropuch West, are we finished with 005 or we still have items under 005? Please proceed. And members, let's just try and do this very strictly. Remember, we have other departments to come here today. I know Member for St. Augustine would also have a very lengthy interrogation of that particular ministry, which is big. So let's try and be efficient. We were very good last Friday. Yes? Member 4, which one?
Thank you very much, Member Chairman. The line item 29, losses on foreign currency conversion. Your actual in 2023 was 1.6 million. You're proposing a $500,000 spent. Minister, just for my clarification and for the clarification of the viewing audience, can you describe what losses on foreign currency conversion means?
This is when foreign payments are made. The Treasury Division is responsible for sending wire transfers on behalf of ministries and departments. And on that particular day, there may be a difference in the exchange rate, which would cause a loss on foreign currency conversion.
Is it netted out so that when you have a positive, it nets out to the negative, and this is the net figure? Thank you. Similarly,
that was a question?
Sorry?
That was a question? You asked if it's netted off?
Yes, sir.
The answer is yes.
Thank you. Sub-item 56, loss of public monies on payments of pensioners through banks. Your actual in 2023 was close to $1 million. In 2024 and 2025, you propose to spend $500,000. Again, Minister, for the benefit of the viewing audience, can you explain what would have caused loss of public monies on payments of pensioners through banks?
Yes. This is when people pass away and their relatives do not inform the pension division that they have died, and they somehow manage to get their hands on the pension payments. That's what that is. It happens.
Okay. Last item. Let me just verify. Yep, last question, Minister. On these headings, sub-item 92, claims for payment in respect of void checks. Line item 92. We had an actual of 9.4 million. We had a revised estimate, which is the same as the estimate for last year of 10.5, but this year we are going up to 12 million. So we are adding $1.5 million more on allocation for claims for payments in respect of void checks. Minister, can you clarify that?
Yeah. Expenditures met from this vote for claims submitted to the Treasury by ministries and departments to replace checks issued in previous years which have become void. They were not in cash within the 6-month period in which they were issued, of the financial year in which they were issued. The estimate is merely an estimate, and we shall see what it actually will be.
Sure, accept it. Thanks. Moving on.
Item 008 Investments Division, member for Urupuch West.
Minister, sub-item 28, other contracted services. Last year you asked for $82.9 million. You spent $12 million. I would love to hear, Minister, and you're estimated to spend $12 million again in 2025. I would love to hear, Minister, what efficiencies took place so that you would have moved from an estimated 82.9, that's $83 million, to $12 million.
This estimate was put there for non-functional or inactive state enterprises. It was an estimate. Unfortunately, we were able to save $70 million.
It's an estimate for non-functioning
Inactive.
state enterprises. This $83 million.
I'll explain. When a company is about to be wound up, a state enterprise, and it's no longer trading, it's no longer actively trading as an entity, the state enterprise is transferred to the Ministry of Finance. I'll give you an example. Community Improvement Services Limited is one of them, for example. But there would be claims, there would be lawsuits still pending. So estimates are made expecting an outcome of a lawsuit, and the outcome didn't pan out as anticipated, and therefore the ministry did not have to spend 82 million, only spent 12. That was a saving of 70 million.
Minister, would you be able to provide a breakdown of those issues,
How we arrived at the estimate of 82 million?
That would be fine, Minister, if you could provide that and the reason for the revised.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Item 009, Central Tenders Board. Item 010, Valuation Division, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, 01 Traveling and Subsistence. You have an estimate of $2.4 million to be spent in 2025. And given the rollout of the very unjust and unfair and burdensome property tax, and given the visits, the numerous visits that field officers may have to make throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, is this an accurate sum that which will be needed in fiscal 2025?
Given the rollout of the property tax, which was left intact by the former UNC administration in 2015 by legislation, it was anticipated that through the Public Service Commission, we could hire some more public servants, public officers. It didn't happen. The persons that should have been hired were not by the Public Service Commission, and therefore the actual revised estimate is 2.4 million, and we expect in 2025 it will also be $2.4 million. It has nothing to do with field officers. These are monthly paid public servants. Field inspectors, officers, as you want to call them, are contracted officers. They're not public servants.
Thank you.
Item member for Urupuch West.
On the next page, sub-item 23, fees. Minister, I note that you had a $742,000 spend in 2023, and you had an estimate of $500,000 in 2024, but none was spent. You're now estimating $300,000. Can the Minister indicate what is in his line of vision for 2025 that he plans to spend $300,000 for, given that he spent zero in 2024?
We had anticipated that we would have to spend this sum on legal fees and specialist services. We were able to do the work without that, so we saved $450,500. We anticipate going forward that we may have to hire lawyers in 2025, and that is the provision for that.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 011, National Insurance Appeal Board Tribunal, member for Urupuch West.
Minister, I welcome you to look at sub-item 43, security services. You had no proposed spend in 2023. You had an allocation for 2024, which you did not expend, and then you have no allocation for 2025. Can the Minister advise what was proposed in 2024 that did not take place requiring these security services?
The tribunal is now housed in the Ministry of Finance head office and therefore covered by our excellent MTS security, who caught an intruder last year, who tried to flood the building. Destroy
tedious
all our
repetition,
documents.
Minister. Tedious repetition. Tedious repetition.
Item 014, Financial Intelligence Unit. Member for Oropouche West.
Again, sub-item 23, fees. You propose $1 million spend in 2024, but you revise it downwards to $300,000 and have slightly increased, well, you have increased it again, but still not up to the $1 million proposed spend for your estimate. Minister, can you advise what, again, was projected and not spent?
Well, it was an estimate for legal fees. The expenditure was less than anticipated. But there is an active legal matter, as we all know, with one of your friends. So they expect to continue to engage lawyers in 2025.
Yes, I have many, many friends. So I'm not too sure which one, and they are all offended by the transactions.
To the matter, our time is really very precious. Yes, Member for Oropouche West? You have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question? Please.
No, my next question is on your
I didn't
page.
answer.
017, Office of the Supervisor of Insolvency. Member for Oropouche West.
Sub-item 28, other contracted services. Minister, you budgeted $2.5 million and spent none in 2024. And you've again come back to ask for $1.9 million in 2023. So you're increasing your allocation, although you spent none in 2024, and there was no actual spend in 2023 under this head. Can you advise what contracted services were considered in 2024 and not engaged, and therefore what new contracted services are proposed for 2025?
Yes. This is a technical assistance project being undertaken by the World Bank. The agreement was not settled in fiscal 2024. It has since been settled, and it is expected in 2025 we will have expert consultancy services provided through the World Bank for the improvement, modernization of our insolvency division.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 018, Procurement Unit. Member for Oropouche West.
Minister, I direct you to line item 04, electricity. We're proposing a $20,000 spend, but you had budgeted $280,000 and then reduce it. Minister, would this $20,000 cover the expenditure on electricity for the procurement unit of the Ministry of Finance?
If you look at the next line item, it's related. You will see rent lease office accommodation has gone down from 1.16 million to 580,000. It's because they've been relocated to the Ministry of Finance head office building, so that the electricity they consume again will be paid for by the head office.
Then if that is so, Minister, and that you took the other question from me, but if that is so, then this number should be zero.
I have some arrears.
Sorry?
Arrears.
Okay. So this will complete arrears, or there are going to be further arrears outstanding? Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Budget Division. Item 003, Customs and Excise Division. Item 004, Inland Revenue Division. Item 005, Treasury Division. Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, we are on page 107. No, all right, sorry.
Okay, we can go on. Item 008, Investment Division. Item 010, Valuation Division. Item 011, National Insurance Appeals Board Tribunal. Item 014, Financial Intelligence Unit. Item 017, Office of the Supervisor of Insolvency. Item 018, Procurement Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Member for Oropouche West, that's where you're at?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
But I want to go down to sub-item 01, Contribution to Caribbean Development Bank. Minister, can you just indicate what would have happened? Because in 2024, you had a $15.8 million projected to spend on as your contribution to the Caribbean Development Bank, but no spend was made. It seems to have now been transferred to fiscal 2025. Can the Minister advise why no spend in fiscal 24?
It's a promissory note which can be called in at any time. So it wasn't called in 24, but we have to provide for it in 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Member for Couva South, is that where you are?
Treasury Division. Yeah.
Yes? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Minister, under 42, settlement of legal claims, state enterprises, $50 million is projected to be expended, and it is a new sub-item. Could the meeting get some details on how this $52 million, will be expended, and for what?
Sure. As I indicated earlier, whenever an entity is no longer an active trading company, a state enterprise, it's transferred to finance, but there are quite a lot of pending legal matters in arbitration and so on. What used to happen before is that when there was a court order or a settlement arrived, it would just be paid out directly out of the Ministry of Finance allocation. I thought it best to particularize it by creating a line item so we could see the actual spend on arbitration awards and so on to these defunct companies. That's all.
But would you be cooperative to the point to provide probably in writing?
Well, it's just an estimate, but I can give you some idea of what we think,
how you
what will happen in 2025.
How this $50 million will be spent?
Well, it's a projection, but I'll give you our projection. Okay? How we came up with 50.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
All right, member for Oropouche West.
Sub-item 17, VSEP Central Tenders Board. Minister, in 2024, you had proposed a $12 million spend on VSEP for Central Tenders Board. You have spent none, and you proposed to spend none for 2025. Minister, can you provide some level of clarification as to why?
Yes, we didn't have to terminate them. We absorbed them in the ministry, so the VSEP no longer required.
Member for Couva North.
Madam, I refer the Minister's attention to 06, Food Prices Support Program. This program has decreased by 20 million from the estimate in 2024 of 169,000 down to 169 million down to 130 million in 2025. Can the Minister explain the reason for this decrease?
Sure. This is what is commonly known as a food card. It's one of those things, just like incentives to farmers and also SAVE, where the provision is in our ministry, but it's managed by another ministry or ministries. So that the food card program is managed by the Ministry of Social Development, but the allocation is in our ministry, and we just send them the money. And we are still looking at a market box initiative, which we expect would reduce the actual spend, because what we found is that the market box program has resulted in tremendous savings and efficiencies in public expenditure in this area.
This line item is where we will get the answers, because under that other ministry, the allocation is not there and the allocation is here. So are you telling us that for fiscal 2025, what we expect to see is a cut in the number of persons receiving food cards or being able to access this program?
No.
Can the minister provide us with a number of persons as of 2023 that would have received, would have benefited from this program, and the same for 2024?
Yes.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Oropuchuas.
Thank you very much. I draw the minister's attention to sub-item 47, small and micro enterprise support. Minister, this was a new item, I believe, in 2024, which you had budgeted $50 million to be spent on small and micro enterprise support, but you spent none. And given your savings, given that you spent none, you're now proposing to spend half of what you had estimated in 2024 not spent. You're spending now $25 million. Can the minister advise what would have accounted for his failure to spend any of this money on small and micro enterprise support, and why, even now that he's proposing, the figure is half of what he had initially explained?
Just a
Sure.
second. Very happy to say, this is the loan program. Yeah? I'm very happy to say that we provided a guarantee to the banks for concessional loans to small and micro enterprises. We have provided for default by the small and medium enterprises on their loans, and there weren't any.
Minister, thank you very much.
So
Is
I'm
it
very,
that there
very
weren't any, or that the level of utilization of the facility was low or zero?
No, this provision is for
Okay.
payment to the banks. What we did, we've guaranteed the loans. And what we've told the banks is go ahead and lend these small and micro enterprises at concessional interest rates and relaxed conditions and so on. And if they default, we will compensate the bank after they've gone through their normal recovery process. And I'm happy to report that in 2024, there were no such defaults. So therefore, small and medium enterprises who are accessing this facility, of which there are many, are doing very well.
Minister, I'm very grateful to hear you being so happy to ensure that there's no default. However, Minister, my question is whether or not you have followed through on this to verify that the reason that there's no default in fiscal 2024 is because persons have accessed, multiple persons have accessed, multiple businesses have accessed, and met their payments, or that nobody has access. So the access to this has not been substantial because of the fact that people have not reached out. Small and micro enterprises did not get involved in this. Yes, Minister.
I think I've been a little too economical with my words. My answer to all of that was no. And clearly, therefore, I went on to say that many people have accessed this and none of them have defaulted. So my answer to your question is no. It is not a situation of people not accessing. There are many persons who have accessed this facility,
Minister,
and they have not defaulted.
Thank you. I note your optimism, especially given that you have now budgeted $25 million under this head in the expectation that there will be default.
If you look at the original expectation, we put 50. Nobody defaulted. So we put 25. Maybe next year we'll put 10. Maybe the year after that we'll put 0.
Minister, I would love to hear your explanation then, given sub-item 41, business stimulus program, under which you had estimated a $5 million but you spent none for on the business stimulation program. You're again estimating a $5 million spend. Is it that here too is it that here too persons did not default in payments, or is it that people did not access the stimulus program?
That is a program that was to be managed by the Ministry of Youth and National Development, and I believe they're restructuring it, so we expect that we'll see something in the coming year.
So this, Minister, is not a saving per se, because no program, no business stimulation program was implemented either via the ministry or via the Ministry of Youth. Minister?
I don't want to quibble with you, otherwise I'll be called out by the chairman speaker.
Minister, sub-item 50 and sub-item 51, they are both similar in terms of the question and therefore presumably similar in terms of the answer. Junior Achievement Program, item 50, no allocation previously, a revised allocation of $7.7 million in fiscal 2024, but none for fiscal 2025. Adult Literacy Tutor Association, ALTA, again, no provision in fiscal 2023 or fiscal 2024, but there's a revised of 7.7 for fiscal 2024. But again, no provision for fiscal 2025. Is it that these programs were one-off? They were not estimated, they were not provided for in last year's budget. But having decided that we were going to pursue them, you provided 7.7 for each of these two for fiscal 2024, but nothing going forward into the next fiscal year. Yes, Minister, can you advise why that is so?
Sometimes fiscal measures are decided after the books are printed, because the books are printed about a week before, sometimes more than a week before. And during that final week, we are fine-tuning our fiscal measures. Sometimes fiscal measures are decided on the day of the budget itself, because there's a cabinet meeting before the budget to approve the proposed fiscal measures. Normally, most of the fiscal measures proposed are accepted. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're modified. So that last year, these two programs, Junior Achievement and Adult Literacy Tutors, did not find their way into the estimates before we printed them. But you see, we spent. So we definitely implemented the programs. I would say in 2025, this would just be an error, because we are continuing with these programs. They've been very successful, in particular, the Adult Literacy Tutors program. The persons, the target groups that we targeted, people in CPEP and so on, they really embraced the program, and it is really helping them to become literate. So that is really an oversight or an error. We are continuing the programs.
This is unfortunate. So this is a $15 million oversight.
These things happen.
An oversight on a project, on a $15 million oversight.
And I'm sorry, I apologize.
I believe it, Madam Chair.
Well,
I will
now respond. There are thousands of line items in budget documents. It is unreasonable to expect that every single one would be totally accurate. What had happened this year, again, we were discussing the continuation of the program, and the decision was made to continue the program just a day or so after we sent the books to the printry. I want to confirm that these programs will continue in 2025.
So, Minister, in the calculation and the preparation of documentation for provision to the various ministries and for the preparation of these books by the ministries, you are saying that a project that costs two projects specifically highlighted in your budget last year were not considered until the last week before you presented the budget this year, like they were last year. Last year you didn't consider them until the week before you presented the budget. And this year again, that's why they're not in the books. This year again, they were not, the extension was not considered until 1 week before you presented your budget?
We got the performance evaluation a bit late, because you don't just continue things willy-nilly. You have to get a performance evaluation report, see how many people access the program, how they performed, whether the program is fit for purpose and so on, and we got that a little bit after the time we published the books. Okay?
Accepted.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 42, Fiscal Incentive Program for Farmers. Minister, can you advise how many farmers would have benefited from this program in 2024?
42. This program is managed by Agriculture. I'll get the information from them. But I'll give you an example of what it is used for. The Agricultural Homestead Program, the Youth Agricultural Shade House Project, and various infrastructure works at the Ministry of Youth and National Development and Agriculture. But we don't have those details here, but I will get them for you.
Minister, can you just confirm that it's managed by the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service?
Both.
Number 4, Puchwas.
Ma'am, same line item, that is 42, Fiscal Incentive Program for Farmers. Minister, I know that you have a breakdown as to what the various components would have been, but you would have come to the Parliament last year and asked for $250 million to spend on those fiscal incentives for farmers, some of those projects and others. You only spent 150 out of that $250 million, which meant that you had $200 million unspent. Can the Minister advise what was proposed to have been spent that was not spent on, what projects, etc., he has proposed to spend that $200 million on that was not spent on, and whether the new estimate for 2025, which is $200 million, whether that is going to be used to fund the things that were not done in fiscal 2024 as fiscal incentives for farmers?
I would say it's a combination of dealing with invoices that came in a bit late. I can speak to this particular one because, again, we operate on a cash basis, so expenditure is not recorded until it's actually spent. A liability may have been incurred with the award of a contract and so on, and mobilization of a contractor. But it's only when the contractor sends in the invoice, the engineer certifies it, and the application is made to the Ministry of Finance for a release of funds, that is, and it is actually, person is paid, that is recorded as an expenditure. I am aware that some contractors sent in their invoices a bit late in fiscal 2024, so those will be paid in 2025, and there's new work in terms of access roads and so on. So it's a combination of both.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, same line item 42. Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of this $150 million, what exactly it was utilized for, who the payee were, and how much was paid out of that $150 million?
I believe that was a question. That wasn't the question asked?
I said I will provide it.
Breakdown, yes?
I already said that.
Yes? Okay. So item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to 42 Caroni 1975 Limited, see you intend to, or the ministry intends to allocate an additional $3,125,000 for Caroni. Minister, is that increased allocation in any way intended to facilitate the continued distribution of leases, residential and agricultural, for the former employees of Caroni 1975 Limited?
The ministry doesn't handle that. That's handled by EMBD and by the Ministry of Agriculture. What we are dealing with is trying to deal with all of the outstanding liabilities and obligations of Caroni, with the exception of the leases of land.
But there's what this additional $3.1 million will be spent on,
Well,
projected to?
the company has sent us an estimate. It's a full breakdown. I could send it for you. There's all different things: salaries and wages, NIS, director's fees, office expenses, utilities, telephone, electricity, consultancy services, lease distribution, whatever. I can send
Lease
it.
distribution?
Yeah, lease distribution. We don't prepare the leases.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we don't prepare them. All right.
But the government intends not to follow through on the lease distribution exercise.
I can't answer that. As I said, that is managed by the Ministry of Agriculture.
Minister,
and
the
EMD.
agreement is between Carney 1975 Limited and the recognized majority union. It has no agreement with EMBD or any other entity. It falls squarely under Carney 1975 Limited.
Is Carney responsible for the lease? I'll get further information for you on that. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Minister, with respect to this same line item, Minister, on the 27th of August, I wrote to the Minister of Agriculture requesting update and assistance with respect to the disbursement of these lease and these lands for former Carney. The Minister of Agriculture responded and indicated to me that Carney 1975 Limited is under the purview of the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance is responsible to continue the disbursement of these outstanding lots and leases for former Carney 1975 Limited. So we would really like to get some answers from the Minister here in terms of this estimate for 2025. How much effort or how much leases can we expect to see with the utilization of these funds? Because I see in one of the other books provided, this allocation is also towards the winding up of Carney 1975 Limited. So if the Minister could provide us in that winding up process, when it is that, if we can expect that distribution of land leases and deeds to be completed in 2025.
I think I already answered that. As far as I'm aware, that matter is handled by the Ministry of Agriculture, and I will get the details.
Well, it seems the Minister not even aware of his responsibility, because Agriculture is saying finance. I have it in writing here.
I am not sure what you're talking about here. I am telling you that as far as I am aware, the Ministry of Agriculture is handling the distribution of leases to former employees of Carney 1975 Limited. If you are of a contrary view, that's fine. I will get the details and provide them to members.
We look forward to the details, Minister, and as
Yeah,
I would
sure.
point you in the direction for your information. The agreement is between Carney 1975 Limited and the Old Trinidad Sugar and General Workers Trade Union. No other entity there's a legal agreement at the Industrial Court. So do your research.
I will most certainly do that.
Member for Cuba South.
Madam Chair, Ministers, under line item 85, Community Improvement Services Limited, CISL. In 2024, $1 million was, initially $60.9 million was allocated, $1 million was spent. Now we have a projected expenditure of $29.4 million for fiscal 2025. Could you inform this meeting how this $24.4 million will be spent?
This is another situation where there is a claim that is being handled and there's a provision for a potential outcome of the claim.
And, could we get the nature of the claim?
Sure. It's for the Maracas Beach facility, I believe, and the entity is Calco.
Calco has sued the Ministry of Finance.
No. Has sued Community Improvement Services Limited. This has been going on for a long time.
You expect to lose the matter?
No. Provision is made.
Oh, okay. I know you like to use the term.
Well, as I indicated on, sorry, go ahead. I'm waiting for you to finish.
I'm finished.
Yeah, as I indicated on another item, we had provided 82 million prudently and had to pay 0. So this is simply a provision. All prudent organizations provide for potential outcomes.
Yeah, there's a miss.
So we'll see how it goes.
Subhead 07, debt servicing. Members, we're not doing 06 here, we'll do 06 in the other book. So subhead 07, debt servicing. We're on page 110. Item 001, interest local loans. Item 009, interest on overdraft. Item 011, principal repayment local loans. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. We're at page 149. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 07, National Lotteries Control Board. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, we are looking at line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. The actual spend in 2023 was $3.4 million. The revised estimate for 2024 was $3.4 million, but you're now projecting an increase to $6.6 million in fiscal 2025. Can the Minister account for that proposed increase?
That follows the offer to public servants and other public officers of 4% for the period 2014 to 2019 that is currently being negotiated for employees of national lotteries, many of whom are public servants, and this is just a provision.
Sure,
Expecting members of the PSA to accept the 4%.
Sure, Minister. I'm just curious because this is a 100% increase between your revised estimate and your revised estimate for 2024. So you expect that you would have spent $3.3 million in 2024, and you're now proposing to spend $6.6 million, which is a 100% increase. Are you suggesting that this 4% increase will give you 100% over the period?
If they accept, we pay the back pay one time. So that includes for back pay.
Minister, so I'm assuming then that this would explain why, although there's a 100% increase in the allocation for salaries and cost of living allowance, there's not a parallel increase in terms of government contribution to NIS. Thank you, Minister.
Exactly. So that what we are hopeful is that if they accept the 4%, they could get a back pay right away, which will not involve an increase in the number of personnel.
Yeah.
Subhead 02, goods and services. I don't think so.
No,
Item 001, general administration. Member for Oropouche West.
No, I'm going to goods and services. All right, so we had goods and services, correct? Yes, 001.
01,
Yes.
General Administration, page 149 to 150.
Yes, ma'am. Sub-item 16, contract employment. There was a $14.8 million budget on the National Lotteries Control Board for contract employment in fiscal 2024, and none was spent. You're now proposing a $4.8 million spend in fiscal 2025. Minister, can you account for why no money was spent on contract employment in 2024, but what is now being considered to be spent in 2025?
If you read the newspapers, you will see there have been recurring issues at the National Lotteries Control Board. There was a plan to recruit over 50 contract officers for gambling, gaming, marketing, and so on in 2024. That did not materialize. We are hopeful we can do that recruitment in 2025.
So, Minister, you would have proposed this large number of persons to be employed in 2024. You're proposing a fraction of that to happen, 1/3 of that to happen in 2025?
Yeah, well, we are proposing to recruit less than half of what was proposed in 2024. We're being practical.
Minister, is any of this to include the employment of a consultant to undertake a review and a proposal, preparation of tender documents, etc., for NLCB?
No.
Is any of this include new employees coming on board, consultants, etc., for NLCB under contract employment?
New contract officers, yes. There was a plan to recruit about 50 new employees, fill about 50 contract positions. It didn't work out, so we're hoping to do it again in 2025, but at a lower rate.
Minister, I move on to line item 28, other contracted services. Again, I'm seeing a doubling of the figure. You had a $3.8 million spend. Your estimate was substantially less. It was less than $2 million in 2023, but you went back up to the same sort of figure that you had in your actual. This year, however, you're proposing to increase by $5 million the fee on the the amount of money being spent on the other contracted services. Minister, can you advise what would have caused this increase? It's more than double what your estimate, your revised estimate was, and it's more than double what your actual in 2023 was. What would account for this increase, this $5 million increase on the other contracted services proposed for fiscal 2025?
Specialist service providers such as finance lead consultant for anti-money laundering and counter financing of terrorism, compliance and other compliance officers, online manager, debt supervisor, legal manager, as well as for a consultant to guide for the development of a request for proposals for a lottery service provider as the contract with the existing provider, IGT, will be expiring in due course.
Minister, can you provide a breakdown of what you expect to spend on each of those sub-items?
Well, it is what the Lotteries Board expects to spend, but I will get from them the details.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, let's go on to line item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing. Again, actual 18.8 million, revised estimate 17.9 million. Estimate for 2025 now is now going to go up by $8 million more. So you're proposing to spend $26 million in fiscal 2025 on promotions, publicity, and printing at the NLCB. Minister, can you advise what would have caused that $8 million more spend, which is a substantial figure given that your revised estimate and your actual for 2023, your revised estimate for 2024 was $18 million.
Well, you haven't spent it yet. So that I want to just get the terminology correct. This is a provision.
Sure.
And in 2024, there was tighter due diligence and examination of applicants for sponsorship. And in 2025, that's expected to continue, but we do expect to be able to expand the sponsorship by the NLCB of various events, sporting and cultural in particular.
So under promotions, publicity, and printing, that will be where your allocation would be for the sponsorships?
No, this item covers everything. It covers advertising and promotion, social media content, videography, photography, branding fees, promotional items, as well as sponsorships.
Minister, can you provide a breakdown of the names and values of the entities that would have received sponsorship via the NLCB for 2024 and 2025?
I'll see how quickly I can get that to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Moving on to line item 86. Minister, we had an estimate of the admin cost for 2024, which is very close to the actual spend for 2024 of $195 odd million. But in 2024, you only spent $173 million. You've increased it again, but still lower than what it was as both the actual in 2023 and the revised estimate of 2024. Minister, can you indicate what would have caused this reduction in the expenditure in 2024 and 2023?
Well, I'm pleased to tell you that both in my world and in your world, this was a saving. Because the service charge paid to IGT by NLCB was negotiated downwards in 2024 from 5% to 4.3% of sales. So that's a real saving in your world. However, in 2025, there's a planned upgrade of 500 lottery centers, so that would erode some of the savings achieved in 2024.
Minister, that upgrade that you're referring to will be conducted by NLCB, or would that be under IGT or whichever other provider?
NLCB.
And NLCB will do this by public tender or in-house?
That's a double question.
Well, the question is what process will NLCB use to engage in these upgrades?
Competitive tender.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Item subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households, item 009, other transfers. Member for Uruput West.
I'm looking at sub-item 02, transfers for purchase of property. There was a $41 million expected spend, none of which was spent in 2024. But there's a $20.8 million proposed spend for 2025. Minister, can you advise what was proposed to be spent, on what it was proposed to be spent in 2024, for which no spend was taken, but which you project to spend in 2025?
So then why did I have to? It's a bit of a misnomer here. NLCB is about to commence the construction of its own property on Gordon Street in Port of Spain, and the $20 million would be an equity contribution on the part of NLCB, and the rest would be raised by loan financing. Okay, UDCOT will be the project manager. But it really should not be transfers, it should be construction of property, should be the correct terminology.
So is it that there was a delay in...
yes, I delayed it.
Sorry?
I delayed it.
You delayed it, Minister?
Yes. I'm always very careful.
Okay.
So I looked very closely at value for money and also whether NLCB could afford this building. And I finally satisfied myself that it is value for money and they can afford it.
Minister, just out of curiosity, thank you very much for being so upfront. Your initial estimate was $41 million. Your new estimate is half of that. Is it that you have now gotten to a saving in the sense that the equity involvement now was not then the equity, or was it full? Why was it $41 million? Because I'm assuming it's the same project.
Because I looked at it. And I have asked
You
them
looked at it
to
and cut it in
revise
half.
and restructure and look at the amount of cash that NLCB was going to put in. And it is now 20 million instead of 41.
So there has been no structural differences in the proposed building. There's been no small...
No changes in scope or anything like that. It's just better financing model, less equity, more loan.
Minister, thank you very much.
58, the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Commission. We have page 155, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, member for Oropouche West.
Minister, this may be relatively easy to answer. For clarification, sub-item 08, rent lease, office accommodation and storage. You had a $600,000 estimate and revised estimate, but you're now looking at $3 million under this head, which would be rent, lease, office accommodation and storage for the Gambling and Gaming Commission. Sure.
Yeah, let me get it in the book. What is in the book? Right. $155? Oh, 55. This one.
No, it's page 155, Minister. Sure. Line item 08. You had a $600,000 estimate and revised estimate last year, but your proposed spend for 2025 is $3 million. So that would be under rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage.
Yeah. As I may have indicated, not me, I did indicate in the budget statement, I am hoping to proclaim the Gambling Act by the end of this year, by December 31st, and they're in the process of building out the organization and they need more space. The place they're in right now is a bit cramped. It's too small for the number of staff that they plan to recruit.
Minister, if I'm to move on, so I accept that. Minister, if I'm to move on to line item 16, contract employment. 2024, your revised estimate is half what your estimate was.
Similarly, same answer.
Okay. And is it a similar issue with regards to 28, other contracted services?
Yes.
Minister, would you be in a position to get from the Gambling and Gambling Control Commission a breakdown of the details of what would fall under these contracted services?
I will. So that would be rent,
contract employment, and
contract employment,
services.
and what's the other one?
Other contracted services.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
002 Tobago. Subhead 03 Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001 General Administration. Yes?
I have questions on all of those sub-items,
Yes,
but I'm
I'll take
assuming
them
that the
one
Minister
by
will
one.
be able
We are under
to...
Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001 on page 156.
Right. So I'm seeing increases in all of those items. I'm assuming, just like the Minister to confirm, that this would be based on
Yeah,
the rollout as well.
we're really pushing them to fully operationalize so that the act can be proclaimed, and therefore there's going to be an anticipated significant increase in expenditure in all items.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, just as an aside, there's a lot of illegal gambling going on. I'm not too sure. I'm assuming that the Gambling and Gaming Commission, once fully operationalized, would be able to treat with a lot of these.
Yeah. They can't deal with it right now because the act is not fully proclaimed. But as soon as the act is fully proclaimed, they will be able to clamp down on all of this illegal gambling. I've heard about it. I don't frequent gambling establishments myself. I mean, I don't know how you know. Perhaps you heard of it too.
I was told by my constituents.
Right, okay.
Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 009, current transfers and subsidies. 61, Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. We're on page 160. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm on item 23, fees. Minister, can you indicate what would fall under this line item in particular, fees? $3 million proposed spend. Minister, I'm seeking a clarification. The same question for 28 as well, other contracted services.
So it's 0223 and 0228.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, 28, there's a lot we have to do, as you should figure out. So we have consultants working on HR policies and IT systems and things like that. This will require a lot of ICT, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. And fees, of course, to deal with legal challenges. There may be a few in the offing still. Who knows?
Minister, can you provide a breakdown of well, it's a proposed breakdown, but I know that with regards to the other contracted services in particular, by now you would be clear as to what those fees would be generally.
No, we wouldn't know about the legal fees. We want the
not
KCC.
The legal fees, the other contracted services, the consultants.
Sure,
ICT,
I'll get that for you. But
Thank
the
you
fees is just a provision.
Sure, thanks.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program. New book. Subhead 09, development program. We're at page 54, consolidated fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005 spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services, member for Urupuch West.
I'm just giving the minister a moment to catch up. Minister, sub-item 050, upgrade of information technology infrastructure. You had proposed a spend of $2 million in fiscal 2024, but your revised estimate is half of that, which is $500,000. You're now proposing to spend $1 million, which is still not equal, if you add the two, for what you had proposed to spend in 2024. Is it, Minister, that some things that were proposed to be done in fiscal 24 to improve and upgrade the information technology infrastructure at the Ministry of Finance was not done?
Yes.
Can you advise what was not done and what effect this may have had on the operations of the ministry?
It didn't have a significant effect on the ministry. It was procurement issues where it was expected that a contract would be awarded for IT upgrade, was not awarded. We do expect it to occur in 2025.
So, Minister, that IT upgrade that you were referring to, based on the procurement issues, etc., that you did not do in 2024, you had budgeted $2 million for that. You're now budgeting $1 million going forward, given that a lot of footwork would have been done that may not have been done in 2024. A lot of footwork would have been done in getting to the point of signing an agreement. But you're only proposing half of what you would have proposed when you initially conceived this concept, this project.
Well, remember we spent 500,000 already, eh?
Yep.
So if you add the one, that's 1.5.
And you're still 500,000 short.
Savings.
Not spend,
efficiency.
Not spend, Minister. Minister, I hear you because
savings and
I hear
efficiency.
you would have saved $1.5 million.
Reducing costs.
You would have saved $1.5 million in fiscal 2023, fiscal 2024 by not getting the job done. So that is your version of saving, Minister. I accept and move on. That's a matter of interpretation.
I have to be allowed to respond. We are doing more with less. We are spending less and achieving more.
I am sure citizens will be very grateful to hear that you think that they are doing well. Minister, line item 059, implementation of property tax regime. You're proposing to spend $1 million. Sorry, you had proposed to spend, well, let's go backwards. 2023, you spent close to $1 million. 2024, so this is line item 059, implementation of the property tax regime. In 2023, you had proposed to spend close to $1 million. In 2024, you estimated $1 million and spent none. You are now proposing to spend, what was this? $1 million. Minister, can you advise what was proposed to and not done in fiscal 2024 that you're now proposing to do again in fiscal 2025?
Again, we operate on a cash basis, so expenditure is not recorded until invoices come in, are certified, and the payment is actually made. This is work done by consultants provided to us by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and very valuable work, as a matter of fact. You will recall that in 2024, there were issues with respect to some of the valuation notices that went out in terms of discrepancies of addresses and names and so on. What? Did he say something?
Member? Everything is okay?
Just so?
Yeah. Everything is
Just
okay.
so?
Right, sure.
So we brought in some experts who were able to look at various databases. We have a database from TT Post, we have a database from WASA, we have a database from TNTech, we have the old land and building taxes database, and we have the new database that we have created from the creation of the valuation role over the last 2 years or so. So these experts were able to look at all 5 databases and able to cross-reference and match and eliminate a number of the problems you are having, you know, the wrong first name, the wrong last name, the wrong house number, and so on. So that is what that is for. The invoices came in late. The work has been done and will be paid in 2025.
So, Minister, the consultants for all of these things would cost you $1 million?
That was a tremendous exercise. You're dealing with over 200,000 records. It wasn't easy.
Minister, as you have been aware, in my budget contribution, I also indicated that some of those problems still exist.
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
And we still have the consultants available to us.
Minister, I'm seeing on line item 065. Oh, by the way, before I move to this, Minister, would you be able to be in a position to provide a list of names of these various consultants?
Sure.
Thank you. Line item 065, upgrade of security at the Ministry of Finance.
Why did we have 10 million?
Minister, you had proposed $10 million in fiscal 2024, of which you spent $1 million to upgrade the security at Ministry. You are now proposing a $4 million upgrade. Between the two, your revised estimate and your estimate, that's $5 million, which is half of what you had planned to spend in fiscal 2024. So it's still not up to that. Can you advise what is the current status of this upgrade of security?
Certainly. We are continuously upgrading our closed-circuit television system, which is very effective in the Ministry of Finance. And an original amount of $10 million was budgeted for upgrade of CCTV. We actually spent $1 million. We expect to spend $4 million in 2025, doing more with less.
Minister, would you be in a position, well, that just means over budgeting, but would you be able to be in a position to provide the committee with the providers of the service?
Well, going forward, some of them would not yet have been procured. Some would have been procured in 24, so we'll give you what we procured and we can give you what we project.
Thank you, Minister. As you were talking about CCTV, actually, the next head, 066, purchase of security cameras for Customs and Excise Division. $5 million budgeted, $500,000 spent, $2 million budgeted. Minister, given what you described as previously, my colleague will raise the other issue. Why is it that we had a 10% spend in fiscal 2024, an even smaller amount, but not smaller than 10%, but $2 million as opposed to $5 million being proposed for 2025? Yes, Minister.
This as well is a real saving. The Customs and Excise Division had estimated $5 million for the acquisition and installation of security camera systems. When we in the executive level in finance looked at it, we concluded that that was far too much. And we were able to get a provider to install CCTV camera systems at Customs and Excise for $500,000, doing the same work, doing much more for much less.
It's wonderful, Minister, wonderful.
I thought it was wonderful, yes.
Then why do we have a $2 million proposed spend?
Because we are going now, that is at one area, that is in Port of Spain. We're now going to expand that acquisition to other customs outposts.
Minister, just for the clarification then, can you provide as well here the list
Yes.
of the providers, etc.? Thank you very much. Minister, just again for completeness, would you also be in a position to indicate the amount of cameras being provided overall?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to line items 070, same subhead. 070 requirements and security upgrade Inland Revenue Division. This is for OSH, the OSH agency. Minister, you had, again, your vision of a saving. $2 million proposed estimate, $500,000 spent, but $11,000 is your estimate for fiscal 2025. So according to the documents in front of me, you're proposing to spend $11,000 in fiscal 2025 to meet the OSH requirements and security upgrade for the Inland Revenue Division?
That $11,000 must be just a hangover from an invoice. We have completed the work and done far more with much less.
Moving on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, the establishment of the TTRA is facilitating the implementation of the very unfair and burdensome property tax. Could you tell us how this $10 million will be spent in 2025?
57?
057, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I am very hopeful that in the coming fiscal, all property tax will be collected by the local government bodies. The property tax that the former UNC administration left intact as law. The $10 million here is simply for equipment and infrastructure. Remember, this is the development program for the Revenue Authority. I'm hopeful that the Revenue Authority will not have to get involved in the collection of property tax. Because remember, it is supposed to be collected by the local government bodies to be used in local government regions.
So this is for office equipment, you are saying?
For infrastructure and equipment for the Revenue Authority.
Nothing with staff recruitment and so on.
Staff? Systems, equipment, infrastructure,
Okay.
etc.
And with respect to 068, the design and the implementation of a pension system for daily paid employees in the public service, which was promised prior to the THA elections in 2019. I see there is no allocation in 2025. Is it that this has been officially scrapped by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, this promise of a daily paid contributory pension plan?
So the contract has been awarded. Yeah. A contract has been awarded, so we will have to provision for that going forward.
So you have not provision for
No, that's
to develop this particular promise that was made in towards the end of 2019?
Well, the fact of the matter, we're actually doing something. Your government did nothing during the 5 years it was there. So
9 years,
we will,
you are there, and you promised prior to the THA election.
I was still talking.
This member was speaking.
I didn't interrupt you. I know you can't help
Member,
it.
please proceed.
So we do intend to move very swiftly with this matter in 2025.
Without any money?
A contract has been awarded. Money will be provided. And in fact, I was going to put it in the budget speech. And I was advised by all involved that it's at a sensitive stage and I should not refer to it at this time.
Member for Couva South, continue.
Indexation for monthly paid retirees, Minister, could you tell us whether this exercise has been completed and how this $400,000 will be spent? Monthly paid employees.
I will have to get back to you on this. There was a proposal many years ago, I remember, back in 2009, 2010, to look at index linking of pensions, but it fell by the wayside in 2010, and then no government after that bothered with it. I will have to look into it and see what's going on there.
Madam Chair, I could guide the Minister to look back at his budget presentations where he made promises to the retirees of monthly paid retirees that an indexation exercise and so on would be completed. And he had his colleagues thumping the desk when he made those commitments in his budget presentation.
Well, I would like to reply.
132.
I would like to reply. You say things that have no relationship to reality. I will get the information on this so you'll know what the truth is.
Well, the monthly paid retirees want to know the truth.
You have another question?
Yes. 130 and 132, infrastructure upgrade of the container examination station.
That's public buildings.
Oh,
Okay, member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 067, Inspection Scanners, Customs and Excise Division. Madam Chair, I beg your indulgence. I am not sure if this may have been discussed on the recurrent expenditure side. If it was, I will review it. If not, can the Minister give us an update on this very important critical issue of port scanners? There is a $78 million allocation in this fiscal year. Is it for payments for the project that has already been implemented, or are we still waiting on these port scanners to be installed and operational?
The scanners have been manufactured and are scheduled to be fully operational by next month. We also, these are the 4 mobile scanners at the ports of Port of Spain and Point Lisas. 2 will arrive in October and 2 in November. The expenditure in 2025 is to complete payments on that contract and also for the purchase of 2 pallet scanners and 2 van scanners. These are smaller scanners that will be used at smaller ports outside of Port of Spain and Point Lisas. So the provision is for different things. It's to complete the payment for the scanners, the 4 mobile scanners, the big ones, and also to purchase some smaller scanners, more mobile scanners for other ports in Trinidad.
Minister, any part of the allocation is for the maintenance going forward for these equipment, taking note of the challenges we do have with maintaining equipment?
My understanding is there is a maintenance element included in the contract, but I can get those details for you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Orpuch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have noticed in 014, 031, 039, 048, and 053 a reduction in spend, in proposed spend, all under ICT. Minister, I don't know if this is a pervasive issue across the board, or if there are specific reasons why the proposed spend is low. The revised spend for fiscal 2024 is less than what was estimated, and there's still some minimal work being done. But we see the spend between 2024 and 2025 still being lower in many of these instances than the proposed estimate for 2024. So I don't know if we have not been able to meet our targets set for, I'll give you the example. Line item 053, upgrade of IT infrastructure at the Financial Intelligence Unit. You had proposed a $5 million spend for fiscal 2024. You spent $500,000, and you're now proposing to spend close to $3 million. The actual spend, the revised spend, plus the estimate for 2025 does not add up to what you had proposed to spend last year and what you got approval from Parliament to spend last year. So I see across the board, in terms of IT application here, in terms of the digitization, etc., a reduction in the revised figures from the estimates, and even when you add the new year's, that is 2025 fiscal estimate, it still does not come up to what you would have proposed to spend last year.
We plan to do much more with far less.
Minister, I regret to advise you have not been succeeding, but we move on.
Member for Couva South.
Just to go back to the issue, Madam Chair, with respect to the provision of scanners for the customs and excise. Yeah. Minister, did you not indicate in another place that these scanners were delivered by the August of 2024?
The original plan was for the items to arrive towards the end of August of 2024. The supplier failed to meet that deadline. So what we did, being a very proactive ministry, immediately engaged legal counsel and initiated action, whereupon the supplier immediately stepped up and has shipped the items.
So what will be the delivery date then?
As I just said, the deadline for operationalization, not just delivery, commissioning, testing, and operation is the end of November.
I hope you will keep us updated at the end of November.
I will most certainly, but I want to compliment the staff and the lawyers we engage for putting some heat on the supplier and getting them to do what they're supposed to do.
So containers continue to leave both ports without being scanned at this point in time?
We have a fixed scanner.
Public buildings. You have a question still on A?
Same item, yes, ma'am. 067, given the minister's, given the minister's presentation, in which he was so complimentary to everybody, proactive government taking a positive movement, after the manufacturer had failed to keep his deadline. Can the minister advise whether there have been any fees or penalties applied to the manufacturer as a result of his failure to meet his deadline obligations?
That was the original plan. But the manufacturer has given us an assurance that they will meet the installation and operation deadline.
Thank you, Minister.
There was a chart, just let me explain, there was a chart that had milestones, shipping, delivery, receipt, installation, testing, and so on. What they've done is they've compressed the period for testing and installation.
Sure. Minister, so given that you have had to engage legal practitioners to pressure successfully the supplier to meet a new deadline date, can the minister advise whether those attorneys hired by the ministry to pressure the supplier, whether those fees associated with those attorneys will be met by the Ministry of Finance, or whether the supplier, who is the end person who at that point in time was responsible for the delay which caused the legal action, whether the supplier will be making the payment or whether the Ministry of Finance will be absorbing that cost as part of its operations.
In the first place, let me correct you. The commissioning date remains the same, so it's not a new commissioning date. What they have done is they've compressed the time for testing, delivery, and commissioning, but the commissioning date remains the same, end of next month.
Sure, Minister.
You've given me ideas now about recovery of legal fees, and I would certainly discuss that with council.
Well, you're most welcome, sir.
Public Buildings. Member for Old West.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm looking at item 124, upgrade of physical infrastructure, finance building. You had a $10 million proposed spend in 2024, of which you revised that figure to $2 million. So you've gone down by 1/5. But in 2025, you have an estimate of $35,000. So what was supposed to have cost $10 million, apparently, is now costing this country $2,035,000. Minister, is that based on your savings and efficiencies?
It's a combination of two things, saving and the efficiency, of course. That's what we do. But also, some of the items are long lead items and are not off the shelf, like a cooling tower for air conditioning. And there have been some delays, supply chain difficulties, and so on. So the installation of new cooling towers has been delayed.
Thank you, Minister. Sub-items 126, 127, 130, 132. We'll leave the detector those afterwards. Those are all items for which there was an estimate that you came to the Parliament and got approved. You came to Standing Finance Committee and explained why you needed monies under these various heads. But none was spent in fiscal 2024. And we're now just basically repeating the same figures in fiscal 2025. Can the Minister advise why no spend was done on the refurbishment of the Customs and Excise Regional Training School, construction of customs facilities at Hartscut, upgrade of the K9 unit facility, infrastructure upgrade to the container examination the CES station at Port of Spain, infrastructure works at the CES Customs and Excise Point Lisas? None of those projects listed for which an allocation was made in fiscal 2024, none of those was there any spend on, and you're repeating the allocation in fiscal 2025. Can you advise what was the reason for the non-spend under these very important subheads?
I'm advised by the public servants that they're reviewing proposals from the customs for implementation in 2025.
And that is why none of these projects were done? Minister, these projects, I assume, would have been costed before they were put on these books, and therefore some progress should have been made by the time that it could not have taken 1 year to do a revision of these very important refurbishments of these CES statements, etc., the CES stations, etc.
You have to remember these divisions are semi-autonomous. So the Ministry of Finance per se would not be implementing these things. This would be the Customs and Excise Division. And there are challenges in terms of implementation, procurement, etc., in all public service divisions across the board in every ministry. And therefore, as we move towards the TTRE, which is an amalgam of both customs and inland revenue, we have chosen to review their plans and propose them for implementation in 2025.
So the issue here was basically implementation and procurement
Yes,
issues.
it was a delay in implementation on the part of the Customs and Excise Division.
And Minister, you're convinced that at this point you have corrected those errors and are therefore willing and able to move forward in fiscal
Reasonably
25.
satisfied, yes.
Thank you.
Customs and Excise. Member for Approach West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm assuming that the explanation is going to be very similar because it's the same issue. We had an allocation and we had no spend, and we have a repeat of the allocation again in fiscal 2025.
There was a delay in providing the necessary infrastructure at PRCO to accommodate these drug detector dogs. That has been resolved, so it's expected that that facility will be constructed in 2025 and the dogs can be acquired.
So, Minister, this was not this project was prevented from moving forward as the acquisition of dogs for drug detection. It was prevented from moving forward because of another failure to implement, which would have been
It was a delay in implementation on the part of Customs and Excise to create the necessary accommodation for the drug detector dogs.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Infrastructure Development Fund, we're going on to page 189. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure A, Air Transport. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $7,359,935,650 for head 18, Ministry of Finance, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $7,539,935,650 for head 18, Ministry of Finance, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the PSs and to the other support staff from the Ministry of Finance. Head 20.
May I also thank, Madam Chairman, my honorable colleagues opposite for generally useful questions with one or two exceptions.
Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities. Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities, $2,500,000. I now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Well, this particular head is responsible for the payment of all government pensions and gratuities across the board in the public service.
Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,500,000 for head 20, pensions and gratuities, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,500,000 for head 20, pensions and gratuities, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subhead and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, we are at page 124. Item 007, households. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at line item 34, Industrial Court Pensions and Gratuities of Members. I note that the Minister had a proposed spend of $10 million, but his revised estimate is $4 million, with a proposed for 2025 of $4 million. Minister, can you explain why there's a substantial difference between what you would have expected to spend, what your revised figure is, and what your updated figure is for 25?
Before we go there, I have a note saying that these are all direct charges.
Okay.
So they're not open for debate, and they are what they are. They're just a charge. Okay? So it is what it is.
Honorable Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,500,000 for head 20, pensions and gratuities, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,500,000 for head 20, pensions and gratuities now stand part of the schedule. I thank the Controller of Accounts. I thank you, Minister. And I thank you to the other supporting technical staff of the Pensions and Gratuities Department. Head 02, Auditor General. Fourteen. Auditor General, $32,662,500. I now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Auditor General's Department is the supreme audit institution responsible for auditing the public accounts.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $32,662,500 for head 02, Auditor General, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $32,662,500 for head 02, Auditor General, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure at page 6. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Tobago Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Tobago Services. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $32,662,500 for head 02, Auditor General, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $32,662,500 for head 02, Auditor General, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the Auditor General. Thank you to the Minister of Finance.
Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Welcome to the Minister, and also welcome to permanent secretaries and also the senior executives of this particular ministry. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. $2,626,297,700. I will now invite. Okay. We are ready now. Okay, nice. I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to members of the House in Standing Finance Committee. As particularized in the budget contribution, we are before the Standing Finance Committee now to give account of both our estimates of expenditure and our development program for the ministry itself and for the statutory authorities that comprise us, as well as 2 state enterprises that we have supervision over. In essence, as I did last year, I'll remind that these are estimates and that we fully intend, if there is need for revision, to manage the allocation by, firstly, virements, as and where appropriate, transfers, as the books themselves identify, where permission is required for that, and thirdly, by supplementation, as we've seen every single year in the allocation processes in the supplementary appropriation bills. As indicated in the budget contribution, I remind that this has been the first year of the operation in terms of full operationality of the public procurement law, and therefore a lot of the indices of performance are to be judged against the ironing out of the public procurement law, the introduction of the regulations during the course of the financial year, and as well the procurement cycles involved there. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I'll remind, as indicated in the budget, that we had a municipal corporation election in the local government cycle in 2023, and that many of the projects were rescoped, moving from one council to a second council. So this year is a combination of factors in terms of performance of the 2024 budgetary cycle, that is October 2023 leading to now, as well as the estimates before us. And the estimates before us have been driven by some of the actuals as they are impacted by the public procurement and other cycles that now apply for the first time since full proclamation of that law. I now make myself available to answer questions of my learned colleagues opposite and any questions that the chair may have as well.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,626,297,700 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,626,297,700 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in: the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. And members, we are in the recurrent expenditure booklet, page 245, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration, subhead 02, goods and services, pages 245 and 246, item 001, general administration, Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Members, we are on page 247. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises, page 248, and I recognize the member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Under 009, other transfers. 04, Community-Based Environment Protection Enhancement Program. It indicates that there is a decrease in your allocation. In the last fiscal, you had a revised estimate of. Can you explain what is the reason for this increase?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you too well. We're at CPEP company?
Yes,
Yes.
page 248.
Yep, 248.
Page 248, yeah?
And your question, sorry?
Can you account there's an increase from what was estimated in 2024 to the revised estimates?
Yes. So you'd like an explanation of the
Yes.
increase of $39 million as demonstrated in the margin? Yes?
No. In 2024,
Yeah.
you see there was an allocation, and in 2024 there was a revised estimate.
Yep.
So the difference there, if you could explain.
I see. The
revised
difference between
estimate.
505 million versus the estimate of 446?
No, the estimate of 430.
430.
Yes.
So you're asking, why did we move in our original estimate of 430 up to 505?
Correct.
Yes? Sure. In answer to that, Mr. Chair, may I indicate that we had, firstly, the increase in the minimum wage order, which moved salaries up to $20.50. And then secondly, we also had to take care of that float, and some of it was a bit retroactive. So that, in large part, PS, did that also include the settlement of any of the other matters that we had? Yes. And we also had settlement of some legacy litigation, a small part of it, and there were, in the recurrent expenditure, some allocation of monies towards the completion of the head office in its move from its current location to another location which is under construction.
Did CPEP increase the number of contractors in the last fiscal year?
No, CPEP did not increase the number of contractors.
Okay. Can you also, Mr. Chair, Minister, supply you mentioned some legacy litigation?
Yep. Just give me a moment and just let me confirm that for you now.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me just to confer with the company. I'm referring to the health sector initiative judgment, which prevailed the year before the last financial. I recall that there was a very small amount that was a legacy item there. We are going to check on it. It may be that it was fully settled, but in the back of my mind, I had recalled that. In summary, however, the large part of the difference between 430 and the move to 505 was the increase in the minimum wage, and then the monies we spent in recurrent expenditure in the head office move, which has been developed over time through recurrent expenditure, not by way of loan financing.
All right, but will you be still willing to provide
Yes,
a
of
list
course.
of legal matters?
Yes,
with
of course.
CPEP? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, by your same token of an increase in the minimum wage, which would have accounted partially for the substantial increase to 505, you also have now in this financial year, starting November 1st, an increase to those same group of employees, state employees, is the 466 as compared to the 430 sufficient to manage and to pay the increase in minimum wage to those new employees, well, those existing employees?
Sure, thank you for the question. I'm sure it's not. And what we will have to do is to supplement that amount. The books were published prior to the speech. The figures that we have here do not include the increase in the $2 move in the public sector position. So therefore, we will engage in transfers and environments, if not supplementation.
Will any of those transfers and environments include taking from the regional corporations, as was in this last financial year?
Only if there is no expenditure. It isn't that one simply takes away what is given elsewhere and doesn't allow the performance. To answer that, in terms of last year's reflection, environments were taken when there was no expenditure under the head. So that will only be a possibility if there's an underutilization of the sums that are estimated by way of allocation.
Okay, Member for Senegasin.
Yeah, Minister, there was a massive and somewhat controversial transfer of funds from various regional corporations to CPEP on the 2nd of September, very late in the financial year. That was not reflected here. Can you indicate, well, I mean, when you revise the books, it should be reflected in the figures, of course, because I know it was done very late in the financial year. Can you indicate to us what that money would be used for?
So, Mr. Chairman, it wasn't a massive transfer. It's the sum of 1 month's payments to CPEP. And as I indicated in last year's appropriation and supplementary appropriation, we were, as I've said this year, certainly always known to have available to us transfers and environments as may be permitted and approved. The environments that happened from the development program to cover recurrent expenditure at CPEP equal to 1 month's subvention only happened as a result of an underutilization and expenditure in the development program. When the ministry observed that there was no possible way that the expenditure could be engaged by the corporations and the head office under various
Mr.
heads.
Chairman,
I'm not finished, if you'll allow me.
no, Mr. Chairman, you see,
I'm sorry, I'm not finished answering the
I just
position,
asked what the money was being used for.
So, yeah.
The Minister is answering. You'll have the opportunity
He
to
answered
reply
already.
after.
He
You'll
answered
have the
already.
opportunity to reply after.
Okay.
Well, I thank the member for allowing me to finish what is in my mind. So when it was clear and apparent that the development monies could not be expended, we didn't bother to engage in any other form of request of the Ministry of Finance. We asked for permission to wire monies from the development program to cover 1 month's expenditure. And to correct the record, Mr. Chair, you will note that the estimate at 430 moved to 505 million. So there is the reflection that there was more money required, and it obviously came from somewhere.
Member,
Thank you.
Senegasin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to confirm the amount we're talking about that was transferred in all to CPEP. The total was $36 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and yes, member. 39, was
yeah,
it, or
that's it.
36?
Right. And
36.
secondly, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, 36,
secondly,
622.
I was trying to save the minister from himself.
That's very kind
when
of
he
you.
went into the issue of the development projects. Because to state that the regional corporations did not spend their money is very misleading, and it is an attempt to blame the regional corporations for monies that the regional corporations requested from the Ministry of Local Government that the ministry did not release to them for their development programs. And several regional corporations were caught in this, whereby they made requests for funds, they would have signed contracts for development works to start, And then they were told that unless the development project was not completed before the end of the fiscal year, that those contractors will not be paid. And the proposal, I understand, is for the ministry to pay those contractors as opposed to the money being released for the regional corporation to pay those contractors. So to state that it was an underutilization of funds by the regional corporations is very misleading. And of course, it raises the concern, which we could raise at a later part of this committee stage, with regards to where the shortfall is. And those contractors who were not paid, but were engaged to do contracts in this fiscal, where the money will come from to pay them in the next financial year, and whether the ministry intends to, they always say mid-year review. If in the mid-year review you will cover the money that you failed to release to these regional corporations. So that is why I was just trying to put a pause there, because as I know later on you will deal with it under DP perhaps. But I thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. I accept that my learned friend has the privilege of perspective, but may I beg to differ on the perspective? The underutilization is because in the development program, there was basically a request for 1/3 of the monies allocated. You cannot go beyond what is requested. Secondly, I remind that I indicated that 1,255 projects were undertaken, that 445 were completed, and that 810 were not completed. I also prefaced my statement this morning and included the fact that we were dealing with the public procurement law and regulations. No contract could have been concluded without confirmation of funds, as is required. And if the contract did not find itself with full completion before the close of the financial year, which is in the last few weeks of September, it is axiomatic, historical, and factual that the project will roll over. That's why I said 810 of the projects rolled over. Every financial year, we are well aware that projects will roll over into the new financial year, and that sums will be obliged to be used for projects by way of commitments from the previous year. This is not new to the cycle of accounting, even though we have a new public procurement law. So I just thank you for the opportunity to correct that record. It is a fact that projects roll over and that monies will be provided.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, just to correct the record, right? The memo for the transfer of funds, the $36 million to CPEP and the $7 million to RDC, does not cover the funds the minister is referring to. It covers other funding for municipal police stations and disaster units and so on. But the conversation about the lack of spending from the development program, Mr. Chair, I just want to reiterate that once a commitment is given that the funds will be released, the funds should be released to the regional corporation, and the regional corporation will commit the funds on their books towards that project, and they will make the payment in the next fiscal. What the minister has done is use the procurement legislation as an excuse to not release the funds to the regional corporations. And the regional corporations have the ability to follow all the laws under procurement if the money is released to them by making the commitment on their book. The question is, you, the Ministry of Local Government, having not released that money to the regional corporation, are you saying that that money will be committed on your book for the payment to be made, seeing as you didn't release it to the regional corporation? Is there a commitment on behalf of the ministry to have that commitment on your book and therefore pay those contractors, so that to avoid the regional corporation having to pay it from their allocation in the upcoming fiscal? That is the concern.
Into the development program aspect now, I don't know if Mr. Minister, you want to, seeing that the member has brought up this. If you want to make a comment on it
we
now,
understand.
Yes,
and then
Yes,
because
I
you need to
know.
move on.
Yes,
But
please.
I'll give you the opportunity.
I was going to invite you to guide us as to where we ought to go on
Yes,
this.
that's it. We
But
need to go according to the...
I just need to say a few very
fiscal line
simple
item.
things. The minister makes no decision on releases. The budget cycle, the budgets division, the Ministry of Finance, the technocrats receive requests that come from corporations, pass through the budget and projects and plannings units of the ministry and go straight to Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Planning. So there is no personal involvement of any minister in respect of these matters in terms of the travel preparatoire, the work that takes you there. So I just want to make sure that the record reflects that. Secondly, you can only receive what you have requested once it meets the criterion of request, which are age-old criterion. Insofar as monies were transferred from the development program into recurrent expenditure at CPEP in this line item to the tune of $36 million, $36.5 million, I've addressed it from that perspective in saying that the monies were transferred with the approval of the Budgets Division, the Ministry of Planning, the Ministry of Finance, because there was an underutilization of the vote. When the financial year closes on the 21st of September, after which requests are not entertained, whatever has not been completed rolls over into the new financial year, and they will roll over at the corporation level and at the head office level. The head office does not engage in paying the bills of someone else. It never has, it never will. That is where the allocations to the individual bodies are made separately. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that clarification. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly, subhead 06, current transfers to state boards and similar bodies, 23, Port of Spain City Corporation, subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we're on page 240, members. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health and Disposal. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Shed. Item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Item 008, Woodbrook Estate. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Members, we are now on page 242. Item 001, General Administration, pages 242 and 243. Item 002, Public Health and Disposal. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Shed. Item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Item 008, Woodbrook Estate. We now move on to subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, and we're on page 246. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Shed. Item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We are on page 247. Item 007, Households. We now move to 24, San Fernando City Corporation. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. We are on page 259. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cities and Departments of Maintenance. Item 003, institutions. Item 004, parks, playgrounds, and cemeteries. Item 005, transport. Item 006, local health authority. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 260. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, city and departments of maintenance. Item 003, institutions. Item 004, parks, playgrounds, and cemeteries. Item 005, transport. Item 006, local health authority. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We are on page 263. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, city and department maintenance. Item 003, institutions. Item 004, parks, playgrounds, and cemeteries. Item 005, transport. Item 006, local health authority. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 25, Arima Borough Corporation. Members, we are now on page 275. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, public health. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, parks and recreation grounds. Item 005, works. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. We are on page 276. Item 002, public health. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, parks and recreation grounds. Item 005, works. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We are on page 278. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, public health. Item 004, parks and recreation grounds. Item 005, works. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 26. Point 14, Borough Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 287. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, local health authority. Item 003, public places. Item 004, transport and roads. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 288. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, local health authority. Item 003, public places. Item 004, transport and roads. Item 005, corporation properties. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 290. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, local health. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 27, Chaguanas Borough Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are on page 298. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 299. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We now on page 301. Item 001, general administration, page 301. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, page 302. Item 007, households. Item 009, transfers. 28, Diego Martin Borough Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are now on page 307, members. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 309. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Number 29, San Juan Laventil Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are now on page 315. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We are now on page 319. Item 001, general administration. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Tote, Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. And we are now on page 325. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 326.
Chair.
Where are we at? Item 06, maintenance of
Page
state traces?
326, 02, goods and services.
Right. So let me just read it into the records. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 326, item 001, general administration. Proceed, member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Chair, it might seem innocuous, but 04 under electricity. I have observed that throughout the records, there is a significant decrease under this item, electricity, and you would observe it in other heads under the same region, as well as in other regions. Is there some sort of policy decision with regards to the paying of electricity rates or electricity bills by the regional corporations? Because they do have several facilities that fall under them, recreation grounds and so on, as well as their own administrative buildings. And instead of raising it at every point where 04 electricity appears, I want to crave the indulgence of the chair to perhaps allow you to explain for across the board for the allocation for electricity where there's a significant decrease. There's 800,000 here, 300,000 other places, and similar figures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, member, for the question. The general policy is that the line item is provided regardless of a figure so that payments can be made when they are required to be made. There is a general understanding that there's a significant arrears that operates depending upon the cash flow from central government, and therefore the accumulation of bills happen with TNTEC, as we know. TNTEC does not take action to disconnect. It allows the arrears to run, and periodically payments are made depending upon cash flow from central government. So the key is, number one, to provide a line item. Number two, once a line item exists, transfers and environments can be made or supplementation can happen. Number three, those are triggered when there's a general cleanup exercise of payment of arrears from time to time. Number four, this is a situation that probably will not change going ahead, as it is something that has to be looked at from an holistic approach.
Thank you, Minister. That covers, because of course there's a concern if they don't get any money to pay their electricity bills, what will happen if lights will cut?
Yes.
So thanks for that.
That's across the board at all corporations.
Yes, we're speaking in terms of generality. The member asked whether there was a policy consideration. Even though we don't discuss policy matters, I took the question as it came and I answered in a general sense. But the point is that there is a line item and that payments are made. Obviously, there's a confluence of discussions between government ministries, departments, statutory authorities, and regulated industries, and therefore we manage the situation, quote unquote.
You see, Mr. Chair, there's a concern that, you know, as it happens with regional corporations and state entities in general, where the corporations are given that leeway to not pay their electricity bill, they run very high in terms of the arrears. But the same is not afforded to ordinary citizens who might be just a few $100s in arrears. You know, so just but
we're dealing with this particular
that's for another minister.
I think we're stretching the limits of this line item,
yes,
and I will resist the urge to reply.
But I entertain, I welcome the discussion. All right, we'll proceed. Item 002, cemeteries, and members, we're on page 327. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of building, grounds and pastures. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 31, Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are on 334. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, etc. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Members, we are now on page 338. Subhead 004, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 32, Couva, Tabakit, Talparo Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. We are on page 343. Kuvanot, you have a... And we had item 001, general administration, page 333 and page 343 and 344. Proceed.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. The actual spend in 2023 was $248,000. For 2024, revised estimate was $300,000, but I recognize that that has been cut by $250,000, where in 2025 the estimate is only $50,000. Can you provide us with an explanation why it is this line item has been significantly reduced?
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Member. The first point is that there's a requirement to have the line item. Regardless of what the dollar figure is estimated there, maintenance and repairs come up on an ad hoc basis. Preventative maintenance is one thing, but breakdown, etc., is something. Once the figures go up, that's when we tend to see the virement or transfer of monies coming in. So what we have in 2024, we knew that we had scoped the repairs of assets to be done, which is why we provided the $300,000. I've not received yet a scoping of repairs, so a nominal sum of $50,000 was applied. As that figure changes, depending upon the asset inventory and the scope we get, the transfers and virements will be made to that head as is necessary.
Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc.
006.
006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, page 345. Proceed, Member for St. Augustine.
Yes. Under maintenance of state traces, item 30, allowances for daily rated workers, there is a decrease of $400,000. That is a concern because we have had in previous years where the allocation to pay daily rated workers was less than required for the entire fiscal. And of course, you will understand the anxiety where workers are concerned if you don't have the full allocation to pay their wages. Can the minister provide an explanation for this decrease of 400,000 to pay daily rated workers at Couva Regional Corporation?
Sure. What I can assure the honourable member, and thank you for raising a very important issue, is that we have never had a circumstance where the wages were not met or payments not made. And what we have, that is something that is absolutely pristinely important to all of us. Whatever is required to make those payments will be done and vouched. I want to remind that this is something that's going to be revisited because we have increased the wages by $2 in the public sector, and therefore these are merely estimates. The actuals will be met, including the increase to public workers across the board. That includes short-term, daily rate, daily rated, etc. Whomever is at the minimum wage would be increased that way.
The minimum wage would not apply to these workers?
Because of the collective agreement, yes.
Yes, correct.
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on, members. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We now at page 346, members. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 33, Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, page 351. Member for St. Augustine, proceed.
Thank you. Under personal expenditure, item 13, remuneration to council members. There is a decrease of 122,000 compared to last year's allocation. I know that last year's allocation was an exact amount based on the 12 months in this financial year, and therefore any decrease would mean a shortfall. Will the ministry be providing funding in the mid-year review, or will the corporation now have to via money from other places that they really need it to pay the councillors?
Thank you. First of all, the head must be covered. It's a statutory obligation under the Municipal Corporations Act, and it's a commitment that you must cover, full stop. As to what the source of funds would be, if there is a need to supplement it, there are several ways to meet that supplementation within the corporation's finances, from another area via the ministry, or by way of supplementation. As and when that incident arises, whatever sources are available, it will be covered.
I'm just kind of asking on behalf of the corporation for the ministry to provide the supplementary funding rather than the corporations have to go and take money from water trucking or somewhere else where they really need it to have to pay for these things, please. And I know we'll have a mid-year review, so I'm raising it now.
Thank you. We all wish we had more. We all have to do with what we have, and we all will make sure we meet all obligations that are burning and urgent for all of us, and the government assures that it's a whole of government structure.
Member for Mayaro, you have a comment?
Thank you very much,
question?
Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, are we allowed to ask any questions on the 01 government subvention? That's page 349.
Were you going back, member?
Well, you didn't call it out when you were...
You did.
So sure? I thought you passed it straight and were not allowed to speak on it now.
Wow, well,
if it's not an issue, no problem.
No. Okay, hold on. I think, member, I am giving each one the opportunity. So 349, yes. Seeing that there have not been many questions, I'll go back just to facilitate you. Page 349 under which line item?
004 rates and taxes, 02 property tax.
All right, proceed.
Minister, I see the government subvention estimate for property tax collection for this fiscal is $6.35 million. I have 2 or 3 questions quickly on that. Was there a formula that is used to come up with that figure? If there was a formula, how many houses were estimated to be calculated in that? And the last point, if you don't receive that money, since this is part of government subvention for recurrent expenditure and there's a shortfall, there is normally a delay in terms of when an allocation is made versus what is delivered in the accounts for the corporation to use. Do you expect that to create further delays in terms of being able to pay under this recurrent expenditure ability to run the corporation? So that's three questions. Very quickly, Mr. Minister.
I thank the honourable member for the question. As this is the first year for the collection of property taxes, I'm able to say that as at August this year, relative to the question as to formula, as at August of this year, this corporation had 5,427 total PIN numbers, personal identification numbers. That gave a total assessed annual rental of $120 million odd, and that resulted in a total assessed property tax value of 2.1 million. And what I can tell you is that for that particular item, that was only 929 count per corporation. That's individuals. That resulted in $310,000 only in collection. So clearly we went up from that figure in answer to it. The Minister of Finance indicated that with the $91 million, which is a further sum collected beyond August, his figures being more recent than the August figures I've just given, more money was collected, and the Honourable Minister said that we would be applying those across areas. Bear in mind that because certain corporations, such as this, are less densely populated than other more dense populations, there is a certain averaging out that happens. I've looked at the estimates for the period 2010 to date, and I can tell you the numbers that we're producing now, be it in recurrent or be it in development programs, they're almost exactly the same for the last 14 years. So we're not too far off of averages. As the property tax becomes a more established position, and as the Minister said that it's actually going to be given to the corporations, we'll know who needs to be supplemented by central government or who needs to be reduced by central government, because you may have a very dense area. So those things are policy considerations that will still work out. Suffice it to say we've gone from $0 in collection to now $91 million in collection. So as that value goes off, the formula will become something subject to adjustment and discussion depending upon the population size and demographics, etc.
Item 002, cemeteries. And now, members, we are back to page 351. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Members, we are now at page 354. Item 001, general administration. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 34, Separia Borough Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, we are now on page 360. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Page 363, item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of building, grounds, and parking. Item 005, local health authority. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 35, Penal Debe Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, page 368. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 371. Item 001, general administration. Item 005, local health authority. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 36, Princestown Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, page 376. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Members, we are on page 379. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 37, regional corporation services, general. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 38, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Local Government Authorities. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are on page 388. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Development program booklet, page 100. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 100. Members, you all with me? Lovely. Member for St. Augustine, you with me?
Of course, Mr. Chair, I'm right here with you.
Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, D, Roads and Bridges, page 100. I recognize the member for Caroni Central.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I know that through the RDC, in respect of item 001, restoration of local roads, there were one road in particular, the Edinburgh Road in Carsonfield, which was identified in last fiscal for restoration. The end of the financial year has came to an end, and that road has not been restored. And I also wrote you sometime in late August inquiring whether that project was still on the cards.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question on the status. I can confirm that it's been tendered and we're awaiting the confirmation of funds to award. With the completion of the budget, we should therefore be taking the next steps in the days coming.
So you're saying, sorry, so you're saying it's already been tendered and
Yes.
an awardee has already been, well, not given a contract, but identified.
Yeah, the public procurement law requires that we have confirmation of funds to award. So the tendering process is over. We have written requesting the confirmation of funds. That will come at the close of the budget, God willing, by the 25th of this month, and therefore we should be taking the next steps after that.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Hi, good afternoon, Minister. Line item 001 as well, restoration of local roads. I would have written previously about a road called Welcome Road in Cunupia. Do you have any updates with regards to the rehabilitation of Welcome Road?
Minister.
Regrettably, I don't have that information right now, but I do recall that the Honourable Member has written. We put it into the system, so I can go back to my source and see where we are on that. It may be at scoping stage still. I know that we've done a massive amount of scoping, so I believe that it should be forthcoming, at least that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, line item 010 under economic infrastructure restoration of land slips. Minister, the road that leads to the Robert Village Hindu School.
Excuse, what Hindu school?
Robert Village Hindu
Robert
School.
Village, okay.
Under line item 010.
Go ahead.
The road that leads to the Robert Village Hindu School off of the main road is a corporation road, and there's a huge challenge here for the past year. There have been a number of activities, protests, etc., undertaken by the parents of that school. You would appreciate it's a primary school, and it is really at the detriment of the children going to that Robert Village Hindu School that the road is almost impassable because of a landslip. Now, the corporation is unable to meet the demands of restoration, and I know they would have written to the ministry asking for assistance, both from you and from Works and Transport. If you can give the undertaking to look into that, particularly because of the effect it has had on the children attending that school, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Duly noted. The Ministry of Works and Transport. The area is prone not to landslip, but mass land movement. And therefore, it isn't a negligence or just, lack of not wanting to do it, because the entire soil base is moving. So you could build a road 4 times, the mass will just continue to slide. So a larger long-term solution, it's almost akin to building a bridge. Let's put it that way, because the soil is just moving like water underneath it. So I know that that's something that the Ministry of Works and Transport has its eyes very keenly on. That phenomenon persists in a number of areas, but that area in particular. So I certainly will be discussing it with the Minister of Works and Transport. Thank you.
Senator, then I'll come to you.
Sorry, yes, Chairman. My question comes under restoration of local bridges. There is a bridge on Orange Grove Road in St. Augustine South, called the Dry River Bridge. There has been some serious erosion for quite some time. The regional corporation had cause to go and put some caution tape because of the erosion. You now have a sinkhole in the road. Half of Dry River Trace is impassable. and that bridge could collapse anytime. I have written to, of course, the regional corporation as well as to the Ministry of Local Government. I see there's a measly 5 million under this. I don't know how many bridges you could do with 5 million, but can you tell me if the Dry River Bridge in St. Augustine is anywhere on your program for the upcoming financial year?
Sure, thank you. Honourable Member, the quote-unquote measly 5 million is no different from the last 15 years of estimates in this regard. I made sure to double-check it just in case a line of that approach was taken, and I can tell you that it was the same quote-unquote measly sum from 2010 to 2015. But what you're raising is certainly something that you have written to me on. I can say that the Dry River Orange Grove Road has been approved to tender. We have it listed on the procurement plan for this year, and we're awaiting funding. I want to remind that funding comes from other sources, including the ability to perform the work under the Rural Development Company. But it has been approved. It's on our procurement plan for this year.
Central.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, there are 2 bridges currently which are now gazetted because of its infrastructure has been compromised to an extent, meaning that it is gazetted so that 003, yes.
Right. Okay.
Have weight restrictions on them. One is in Batchesing Road in Kearney Central, next one is Fraser Road in Kearney Central. Are there any plans in the ministry to deal with those particular bridges to bring them up to capacity so that regular vehicles can pass? That is first question. And the second question is that there's another bridge in Arena Road, Freeport, that is where I lived. It's a Bailey Bridge, and its structure has been severely compromised. The local government body, the CTTRC, they visit recently, and they are currently preparing an engineering report for the ministry's consideration. That is something I'll be writing the minister shortly about, because I understand that similar action in terms of a restriction on tonnage passing over that bridge is something that they're considering as well.
Sure. I thank the Honourable Member for not only posing the question but answering it himself, because he's indicated that the engineering report is still being prepared by the corporation
no, but that
in
is
respect of the latter bridge.
Yes.
Yeah? So I'm being fair.
Yeah.
So once we get that report performed by the corporation will know whether it is within or without its budget, and what ancillary assistance may be required, either via the ministry or via Rural Development Company or Ministry of Works and Transport. So yeah, what I can say from our perspective at the RDC level is that it has been approved for tender from the area that we've gone. So approval for tender now requires confirmation of funds, and then of course we'll backfill the reports that RDC has versus that which the corporation has. So that's on the second aspect. Relative to the first bridge, the Ministry of Works and Transport has really been guiding us on tonnage and restrictions, etc., in separating out what load requirements are on main or primary roads under their jurisdiction, or secondary roads. I'll remind that the secondary roads company has given some assistance under their purview, and that Ministry of Works and Transport is working largely across all roads now, even though some of them are vested in the local authorities. So once that is done, they're revisiting bridge by bridge, and that of course will require some enforcement measures as well for existing loads, and therefore expansion of loads to follow.
Thank you. Item 0 on restoration of local roads. Minister, Centenary Street Extension in St. Augustine is perhaps the worst road in St. Augustine constituency. It has been so for some time. We have had petitions from the residents submitted to the regional corporation. I have written letters. I know the regional corporation would have done estimates, but they cannot cover it based on the amount they get for DP. I have written to when the secondary roads company was under the Ministry of Local Government, I wrote to you, and I also wrote after the company was moved. Can you tell me if the people of Centenary Extension in St. Augustine can get some kind of relief?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information here with me now, Centenary. We've tried to anticipate as much as we could, hence the ability to give some of the answers today. I regret that I don't have that information now, but I'm sure having been written, it moved from secondary roads, moved from local government in March of 2023, and I know that their work program may very well capture it.
Their work program does not appear to capture it, and it is a local road, and I am pleading with you, I'm taking this opportunity to plead with you for that road to get some kind of remedial work.
Couva South.
Minister, with respect to the, we're on page 100. Yeah. Restoration of local bridges, and seeing what we have recently witnessed at the Perseverance Road Bridge and also the Bridal Road Bridge, and even the collapse of that bridge down in St. John Avocat in the constituency of Faizabad. Minister, are you satisfied that $5 million will really address the whole question of restoration of bridges at the local government level? And have your ministry, in the context of continued planning, prepared to do an audit of all these local government bridges throughout Trinidad and Tobago from a, well, not Tobago, but Trinidad from a safety point of view?
Well, I welcome my dear friend from Couva South back to the chamber because he missed the answer to that very question he posed while he was no doubt refreshing himself in the tea room. So we've already answered that allocation of $5 million, and we all know our friend from St. Augustine called it the measly sum of $5 million. And I reminded that that sum and that nature of allocation exists. And I checked the records well into the period 2010 to 2015. It was $3 million and $4 million. So certainly it can't do all of the roads and bridges. We know that. There's supplementation from the Ministry of Works and Transport as well as from the Rural Development Company. And yes, we are in an exercise of vesting assets right now. And asset integrity is one of those positions. That's where supplementation of revenue will make a difference, for example, in the property tax rollout, as it's now coming into point. So we are engaged in that work now.
Honourable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 11 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services, and members, we are now on page 101. I recognize member for Kumuto Manzelina first, and then I'll go to Mayaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister, I'm on line item 028, Implementation of the Dog Control Act. Minister, can you provide an update on the utilization of the $1 million allocation for the implementation of the Dog Control Act of 2013 and the Dog Control Amendment Act of 2014? Specifically, what initiatives or enforcement actions have been done with this funding? That's line item 28.
Yeah, this is on clarification, Princess Song?
And other services.
Yes.
Yes, member. Yeah. We are now on page 101.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
101.
Right,
yes.
Mr. Minister.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. It's a rather long answer to give. The 2013 Act is certainly in need of some review as it relates to not only what it requires, but how it has been implemented. In terms of the $1 million, I can say that part of this has gone to redevelopment of ponds and facilities for also management of the basic infrastructure needs as opposed to the further tagging and maintenance and other aspects. Some of these monies have in fact been used to support NGO bodies. For instance, the TTS-PCA in previous years received part of our subventions moving across to them so that NGOs can assist. The $1 million is an estimate for us at this point. There are several ponds and other positions that are in need of repair. They have been identified and the corporations are performing those works in the procurement cycle that we have ahead of us. In other words, then scoped, approval to tender, confirmation of funds, and execution of works. So the respective corporations will no doubt have some of those answers to be given 6 weeks after the budget, when the law requires that the procurement plan is produced 6 weeks after the budget.
Thank you. That's reasonable.
Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 045, implementation of local government reform.
Yeah.
The last fiscal year was a spend of about $17 million. This next fiscal, it's estimated for additional $14 million. In reviewing the PSIP, the rationale for the $14 million this year is to look specifically at improving change agent arrangement, digitization of record programs at the municipal corporation, enhancing some municipal corporation spaces as well. Public awareness and sensitization is also in that allocation. Minister, the question I have is, at the end of this year that is coming, based on what the allocation is for according to the PSIP, what improvements do you expect that the general public can get based on this targeted funding for those 4 areas, if you could give us a little idea of what are your expectations?
Sure. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. This item, implementation of local government reform, you notice it's fairly well funded. It really involves a developmental program that has a recurrent expenditure factor in it. That is for the human resources that we have brought in. I thank the Permanent Secretary, in particular, Mr. Mitchell, who's to my left, for ensuring that this was well structured in connection with the Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Finance. 140 change agents, which is about 138 people right now, were brought on board to coordinate at the 14 corporations, that is roughly 10 persons each per corporation. And what they have been doing, they have been on an aggressive digitization and implementation of technology plan. That means that they have mapped hundreds of processes. What you would normally do on paper is now digitally mapped so that you can data enter at the corporation in a unified format, meet the ministry's desk instantaneously, which then meets budgets and finance desk instantaneously, and it avoids the paper delay, loss, or lack of harmony, because sometimes you send something in and you get a response saying, well, what does line 3 mean or line 4 mean, etc. That radically reduces the time lag in a request and a consideration for approval. And I want to say that that is what is going to make for the digital agenda coming to the fore. That is overlaid on other projects. You see them on the new projects in the development program, for instance, the SharePoint environment, etc., so that we are all literally speaking the same financial language for approvals and other structures. So this is a major program for us. Perhaps I should say that it has also been something which has been properly identified and recognized internationally. We've now seen that our local government app, for instance, has just been nominated for award outside of Trinidad and Tobago. So these digital products, which allow what I call open source reporting, the public to report, allows us to get the movement of paper managed in a quick point. We've spent a lot of time, you see it in the digitization votes, in building the structures to capture what is on paper today and yesterday. We call that tombstone data. And we add this now to the local government process reform, and that allows us to manage the information to get a faster result. So that's in answer to your question as to what the expected outcome is. It is perhaps to be viewed in the context of what I had the pleasure of doing when I was at the Attorney General's office in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, where we took all of the deeds and structures and inquiries online. And that involved scanning millions of documents and having the accessibility done. So really and truly, it is a replication of some of the work that we did at AGLA, with the Ministry of Digitization also being part and parcel of that.
Minister, I just want to ask, so at the end of this exercise, as a request of service, would there be an opportunity for I to go online and look at my request, see where it's at, whether it's approved, not approved, whether it's pending approval, whether there's funding available, whether I'm going to get my request dealt with in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. Because I think one of the issues here is expectation and to manage expectation of the request at the end of the day. So if after all that digitization, we can't manage the expectation of the person making the request, I think there will be an issue. So I think public sensitization, which is part of this assignment, has to be critical, and whether that is something that we can look forward to at the end of the next 12 months.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Through you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly what we're going for. You will know your request. You'll see it published in the procurement schedule for the year. That happens 6 weeks after the budget and is amended from time to time. So there's a publication of what will happen by way of procurement under that regime. And then secondly, this local government reform allows us to know if something is red light, yellow light, or green light. Is it happening? Is it stuck? Red light. Is it happening? Is it awaiting an input? Yellow light. Is it happening? It's proceeding? It's green light. And whose desk it is on, which stage of the process it is on. So it's exactly there we're going.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, line item 085, Municipal Security Surveillance, Eyes Everywhere Pilot. I notice it's a new project. Can you give us some insight in terms of the objective of this project? One, the areas that are being targeted, and how would the ministry have determined the areas that are being targeted for this program?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Through you, Mr. Chairman. This Eyes Everywhere program is intended to cause a virtual gating of almost all communities that we can. So it involves, for instance, HDC communities. It involves areas that have areas of access, 1 in, 1 out, 2 in, 2 out. Recently, we saw a cooperative approach in San Fernando in Bel Air, where we, at the 2 entrances, put gates up. Next on deck is Gulf View, other areas. We have them across Trinidad. So there are roughly 287 HGC communities already mapped. We're in conjunction with the local government bodies to identify critical areas. It involves the implementation of, basically you can go and place a booth onto a particular area, have drop-down barriers, meeting, of course, requirements for approval, town and country planning, regional corporations, etc. But in those booths, you will have the physical equipment for the virtual access. You're going to have cameras, you're going to have positions, etc., so that persons coming in and coming out are subjected to checkpointing, not stoppage, but checkpointing, so that usual flow of services, WASA, garbage, etc., police, residents, those are unencumbered. And this is a national project. It is to be supplemented by the local economic development move through the RDC company as well. But we're in discussions with all of the regional corporations now as to identification of sites. And then there'll be a trajectory for expansion over time.
Caroni Central.
Honourable Minister, line item 028, Implementation of the Dog Control Act 2020. No?
Clearly.
Okay, sorry about that. Honourable Minister, line item 028, Implementation of the Dog Control Act 2013 and the Dog Control Amendment Act 2014. Can you indicate what is to be implemented in this financial with respect to this line item?
I think that's asked and answered already.
Quick nutshell.
In summary, our colleague from Komuto Manzanilla already asked the exact question, and I went through the itemizations. Perhaps you were out, Honourable Member. I'm sorry if I hadn't noticed.
No, yes.
But we went through the physical requirements for the pounds, the services that are required, some of the veterinary services, and also including support to NGOs, including entities such as the TTS-PCA.
Right. The reason I ask, Honourable Minister, is because when we come to the regional corporations themselves,
yes.
In the Kuva Tabakit Talpara Regional Corporation, when we come to that, there's an allocation of $100,000 in last financial year, which was not used, and there's none allocated for this financial year. So the question then is it that this program will deal with dog bongs and stuff in all corporations as well?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Very important observation. Just to explain, wherever there is a line item that has no allocation next to it, that is with the specific intention of transferring monies there. So in default of receiving a plan from the corporations as to what ought to be done, we took the initiative to provide for it so there is a line item that can receive money, and then the monies are transferred to that head. So as and when we get the corporation's specific plans in that regard, head 28, wherever it may exist in the other corporations, monies can be transferred along that area. If there was no heading, then you don't have a line item and you can't spend the money. So that's what the line item's existence is about, and if there is no allocation next to it, it's intended to transfer monies to the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Kumutu Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 100, Youth Community Model Farm Program. I see, is this a new project? And can you give us a little insight into this program?
Minister.
Yes,
line
sir.
item 100, page 102.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, it's a continuation of a Cabinet initiative. The Cabinet resolved and approved a cooperative arrangement between the Ministry of Youth, Agriculture, and the Ministry of Rural Development, including with the CPEP company and certain aspects of reforestation. And in this particular youth community model, the use of shade houses and actual arable land is being developed. There's a pilot facility at Beach Camp, which has been launched and is in proper operation. Crops are being produced there, mulch is being produced there, bagged and sold, etc. So this is related to that program, the proof of concept of which we already have at Beach Camp, and the proof of concept and actual working we already have in the Ministry of Youth Development in their Shade House program, which is a very successful program. So this is tacked on to that cabinet structure to bring youth and communities into agriculture. And this is going to be supplemented by the RDC's program for vertical hydroponic production, where we go into hard areas, for instance, an HDC community, use 72 square feet or 150 square feet of space as opposed to actual tilling of the soil. So there's a significant move in that direction, and the projects are already identified.
Thank you.
Member for Mayaru.
Chair. The line item 085, Municipal Security Surveillance Eyes Everywhere pilot. From a response you made earlier, I got the impression that these will be automated systems with cameras not manned.
They'll be manned.
It will be manned?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay, because I was wondering if, based on the recordings and so on, that these things will be taken, and when there is a violation of any law or municipal corporation law, have there been any consideration of, how you amend the existing law, legislation, enforcement, so when you take these people before the court, there is no challenge in terms of prosecution and so on, where these laws are violated based on these eye-in-the-sky type of viewing?
May I, Mr. Chairman? This is actually attached to item 075 on the same page, where you'll see implementation of municipal police fleet and manpower management system. This allows us, through the use of a fob, an actual device, to tell us where every single police car is, and then with the use of the technology, where every policeman is. You're 6 minutes away, 7 minutes away. When you're on duty, you're on the system. And in terms of the legislation to operate with the Eyes Everywhere booths, that's already done. It was amended under the Evidence Act that CCTV evidence stands as primary evidence. So what we're doing is we're bringing to the implementation stage now the use of CCTV evidence, which stands as primary evidence in court, so that people don't have to go through the fear factor or indignity of saying, I spotted that fellow, and watch him in the face and say so.
This is primarily for municipal policing throughout the 14 municipalities.
It also allows for private sector investment. It allows for community patrols. It allows for existing gated communities. They're all tied into the position using the Tunapuna model, where the private sector has CCTV evidence and it's run by a private sector network. This kind of structure allows for private sector, public sector, and private sector, public sector participation position. So it's a basic across-the-board application.
Very well, Minister. Thank you.
Public Buildings, page 102. Member for Sinagastini with us, sir. F, public buildings.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have no fear. I am with you.
No, I just want to be sure. Right.
Yes,
A,
yes.
Port of Spain City Corporation, page 103. B, Arima Borough Corporation. C, San Fernando City Corporation, page 104. D, Point Fortin Borough Corporation. L, Chagonas Borough Corporation. M, Diego Martin Borough Corporation. N, San Juan Lavantil Regional Corporation. P, Tunapuna Piaco Regional Corporation, page 106 and 107. R, Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. T, Cuva Tabaquit Talparo Corporation, Regional Corporation. U, Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation. V, Separia Borough Corporation, page 109. W, Penal Debe Regional Corporation.
Chair, we're on page 109, Penal DB Corporation W.
Penal DB Corporation.
I
Proceed.
just
Member
want
for
to
Senegal.
use head 311, Drainage and Irrigation under Development Program, as a reference when it comes to the funding under development. In 2024, in 23, the actual spend was 18.7 million. In 2024, they were allocated 21 million. However, in 24, the revised estimate dwindled down to 14 million. In the upcoming fiscal, you have allocated them 17 million. It is my understanding that there is a sum of 14.9 million in development projects that were awarded in the current financial year that monies were not released for. Is it that they will have, the Penal DB Corporation will have to pay that 14.9 million out of this 17.1 million under the 2025 estimate, which then leaves them with 2.75 million to do additional work in the upcoming fiscal? Can you just provide some guidance? Because I believe your answer may apply to all corporations. Sure. In terms of the principle going forward.
Sure. The answer in a qualified way, subject to what I'm going to say, is yes. There are projects that started in the last financial, but which didn't meet the conditionalities for payment because of procurement processes under the new law, the close of the financial year, etc. Those projects will continue in this year. And in this year, whatever our commitments that are owing from last year will have to be paid. And what is required to be repurposed and pushed forward in terms of new projects will happen. If the concern is, and I understand the honourable member, I'm going to run out of money this year paying last year's bills, that has been the story since time immemorial. It has always been the case that there's a continuation of projects. And what happens in the event of critical needs and supplementation is that there are virements and transfers that can happen and supplementation from entities such as RDC, etc.
Right. Well, I'm so happy that the Minister of Finance has joined us because this is a very critical issue that is affecting every regional corporation. There are some corporations that will have in Penal DB's corporation 2.75 million for new projects in the new financial because they are paying old bills. There are some corporations may have zero. Had the money been released to the regional corporation, they could have committed it or have it as unspent balances, which would then be audited and they will get approval to spend it and they would then pay their bills. Because the money was never released from the Ministry of Local Government, you are now in this predicament. Is there any way that between the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Local Government, provisions could be made for these regional corporations to get what was not released to them in this financial year to meet their bills? Because they went and awarded contracts based on the ministry's commitment for availability of funds, which you know is required before they enter into a contract. So it was based on your commitment they went into these contracts. And the money having been not released, it is incorrect to say that you don't release the money until the project is complete, because there are instances when that happens. The money is in fact released. I am perhaps pleading with the Minister of Finance for an intervention here, because I am seeing of every regional corporation, those run by PNM and UNC, running into this problem in the upcoming fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman, monies are released when they're required to be released, and they are predicated firstly upon a request, and the request has certain conditionalities to get there. There will never be a circumstance where monies are not released just because you don't want to release it. There are conditionalities that apply. Secondly, unspent balances still exist. All regional corporations have unspent balances, and we assist them by auditing them and then giving approval to spend from unspent balances. Thirdly, it isn't true to say that they're going to have just $2.7 million left because there are old bills to pay. The point is, the economic value of ongoing work still happens, ongoing employment still happens, because projects are not yet complete. There are very few instances where monies were not given because of the close of the financial year, where projects were just awaiting monies because they were completed. That's not the case. Those are very few and far between. So there will be ongoing work. Releases happen in the processes. We have the full first year of the public procurement law behind us, and the Ministry of Finance works in tight coordination with the Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Rural Development and the corporations to get those things done.
Chair,
Member,
the question remains, is there anything that the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Local Government will do to make up for, or can do to make up for, this money not being released to the regional corporations? It was no fault of theirs. They met the requirements. They followed all the necessary procedures. Money was not released to the regional corporations. I am asking, what can be done from perhaps the Ministry of Finance to meet this shortfall so that they will not be paying this year's bills next year, and then next year they will not be able to do any kind of development work?
Mr. Chair,
so again, to add anything?
Yeah, these are generalities being splashed about without reference to specifics. Suffice it to say, the ministry has planning officers in its planning and projects department that work with the corporations to ensure that they carry out the works that they're supposed to do. As and when the triggers are ripe to be pulled, they are pulled and releases happen. The financial year closes every year. They stop processing at a particular date every year, and you always have a rollover of projects. So this is just the regular occurrence, and yes, there are things that we can do to manage it. We're tightening up the system of management through digital improvement of processes, process mapping, and working with the corporations to ensure that they meet their obligations on time.
Mr. Chairman, I feel that the Minister is giving a wrong impression based on his utterances. I see the Minister of Finance smiling.
The Minister is answering, and he's answering the question.
I just want to say,
let's just be careful on making judgment calls. Let's just be careful. Yeah.
In response to the Minister, I have documents showing how much the regional corporations would have made requests for. When they get confirmation of funds from the Ministry of Local Government, it comes as a memo. I have the documents. Following the commitment given of availability of funds, regional corporations went ahead and engaged contractors. Contracts are awarded, and at that point, the ministry would release the funds to the regional corporation. The regional corporation is its own legal entity. The project does not have to be completed before the Ministry of Local Government releases the money to the regional corporation. And that did not happen in every instant. The fact that we are at the end of the financial year now and the money was not released is what has us in this predicament. And I'm saying, in as much as you are here, it is not par for the course. It is not part of the normal procedure. It is not part of the new procurement legislation either. Is it perhaps a mechanism that is being used to have savings? But at the end of the day, whatever the explanation is, we are in the predicament.
Give her one line. Mr. Chairman, before
Again,
the
one
Minister of
second,
Finance jumps
Mr.
in.
Mr. Minister, again, we go in left
Yes,
and right accordingly. All right, but again, as the Minister, I would like not to say to give you the last say, but again, in order to clarify and to put on the table, I don't know if you can put anything new on the table.
Sure.
I don't know if,
Allow
again,
me? Yeah.
the Minister of Finance hasn't
Yeah.
given, I haven't seen his motion to get me involved, to get himself involved.
Sure.
And I'll wait accordingly.
Sure, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Minister.
I put on the record, I just want to remind, there were 1,255 projects. 445 of them were completed. 810 are, if I have your attention, Mr. Chair. Yeah? Yeah, 810 of them are rolled over. There is a deliberate management, which is traditional. We're going in a circle right now because this happens every year on releases. I will yield to the Minister of Finance to add the final say, if that is to be so.
Well, there are a number of issues here. I understand I have 5 minutes to speak. I am quite happy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that you have invited me to speak. Sometimes I'm not so lucky when I attempt to catch your eye.
Once we follow the procedure, let's highlight
going
and I will
through
give
a
it
number
to you.
of issues. I thank you for inviting me to speak. Doesn't happen all the time. Secondly, Member St. Augustine, your leader said that she liked my smile. She did say that. I am sorry that my smile offends you. So I will try to be more straight-faced in the future.
I was happy that you were smiling because I felt you were coming with good news.
No,
So I'm looking forward to your good news.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell if you didn't like my smile or you liked my smile. So I will try in the future to be more straight-faced. And finally, I've been listening very carefully to the back and forth and the very lucid and comprehensive explanation being given by the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, who has answered your question about 4 times now. But I want to give an undertaking that where feasible, where practicable, where permissible, and where appropriate, the Ministry of Finance will assist to resolve this issue.
Mr. Minister, I thank you very much for your response. I will probably be quoting you sometime going forward because I'm holding you to that commitment, and I thank you very much.
Okay, members, we are at X. We are at X, members. Princestown Regional Corporation. Member for Princestown, any question here? Nice, lovely. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 212, item 004, Social Infrastructure. A, Community Development. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. F, Public Buildings, page 213. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,626,297,700 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,626,297,700 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you to the program secretaries for coming, and thank you to the senior executives of this ministry. Thank you. Thank you. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Welcome to your Permanent Secretary and also the senior executives of the Ministry of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, $3,044,832,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure we are all aware of the integral role that the Ministry of Public Utilities and Services play in the functioning of our society and the well-being of our population. Indeed, we at the Ministry of Public Utilities are very cognizant of this, and as such, we have set out to strategically and intentionally utilize resources that have been made available to us to expand and improve our services. Our overall implementation rate in 2024 is 80.3% for fiscal 2024, is evidence of the focused and steadfast approach to the transformation of the utilities sector. Of the agencies under our purview, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission and the Water and Sewerage Authority achieved the highest implementation rates of 92% and 84% respectively. I must congratulate their management and staff for their dedication to our vision for an efficient and reliable public utilities sector and their successful implementation of the many initiatives that will get us there. I must also bring to our attention the fact that while the authorities, as WASA, revenue from collection amounted to just over $786.5 million, more than $964 million, or 36.7% of the authority's overall expenditure was spent on salaries and wages. In addition to this, 23% of WASA's overall expenditure, amounting to over $600 million, went towards purchasing water from Desalcott and Seven Seas, a state of affairs which, although necessary at this time, must be remedied if we are to improve the authority's financial standing. Before we delve into the details of the ministry's allocation for fiscal 2025, I would like to highlight the strides made by the Trinidad and Tobago Meteorological Services in 2024. The return of the Brasso Venado Doppler weather radar to full operability and the procurement and the installation of a GO-16 satellite receiving system greatly improved our Met services capacity for accurate and timely weather information and advice. And the technological upgrades will continue into this fiscal with the acquisition of a Ranger X5 X-band simultaneous dual polarization weather system and a supercomputer to facilitate numerical weather prediction. These projects and the many more that we successfully will be successfully implemented will continue to in the coming months. These are possible because of the dedication and the drive of the staff of the Ministry of Public Utilities, and I would like to thank publicly the PS and her team for their support and the hard work on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, I thank you and the esteemed members of this committee for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,044,832,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $3,044,832,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 230. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Meteorological Services. Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Princes Town.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, line item 04, Electricity. Honourable Minister, in an answer to a question in 2023, it was identified that the Ministry of Public Utilities owes TNTech $19.9 million in arrears. In light of the allocation that has been provided here of $700,000, which represents an increase from the previous year of only $50,000, Minister, can you give us an idea of how much of that arrears of $19.9 million have been cleared, and what is the ministry's plan going forward, seeing that it owes such a huge figure to TNTech?
So the question you want to ask is how much of this $700,000 is going towards arrears?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, member. This $700,000 under this sub-item, it's for bills to be accrued, expected to be incurred in 2025. So it has nothing to do with arrears owed to TNTech. That's under a different item.
Minister, under Goods and Services, General Administration, the line item for electricity is 04.
Mm-hmm.
In previous Standing Finance Committee, we would have seen a representation of whether or not allocations were made for arrears under the same line item, and it appears on this occasion that there's none. So there's no other line item that deals with arrears to TNTech with respect to the Ministry of Public Utilities. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Which he has not disagreed with.
Well, the minister hasn't answered. I just asked if it was a statement or a question.
It's not a question.
Well, it's a statement, so I don't know if you want to respond to this.
No, as I explained, Madam Chair, this item is to pay sums that we expect to be incurred to TNTech in this fiscal year.
Not under this, madam.
Item 002, Meteorological Services. Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Meteorological Services. Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 007, Households. Item 007, Households. Yeah, member for Princeton.
Line item 08, refunds to TNTech rebate on electricity bills. Minister, there's an allocation of $60 million, which is a representation of a $1 million increase. Can you give us the assurance that this will take care of the refunds to TNTech rebate on electricity bills?
Which number is it?
We are on 08, refunds to TNTech rebate on electricity.
Yes. What's the question?
There's an increase of $1 million. Can you give us the assurance that this will cover this line item in terms of what is reflected on your books?
That's item 08?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is more than enough. We just had $1 million that was owing from the previous year. So that increase of $1 million is to settle the outstanding arrears from 2024. So the $50 or the $60 million will be more than adequate to cover what is expected to be included in 2025.
Okay.
And that is something that we are very, very stringent in terms of settling with respect to TNTech on that rate review, that rebate system.
That's for the rebate?
Rebate, yes.
But the $19 million is still owed under general administration. Because you did tell me that there was another line item, but we are almost at the end.
I'm asking the question and answering the question with respect to number 8.
Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory bodies and similar bodies. We're on page 211, item 004, statutory boards. Member for Princestown.
Madam Chairman, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. There's a decrease by 37.3 million. The first question, Minister, is that the decrease of 37.3 million, we had a similar situation last year, and the explanation that was provided, sorry? There's a decrease of 37.3 million. We had a similar situation last year, and the explanation that was provided was a possibility of employees at WASA not being retained on the payroll. Now, subsequent to that, in the media review, we had a supplementation. Is this a classic case of under-budgeting once more, or is it that this is for plans to come up in terms of WASA employees going home the next fiscal year?
I'm just saying that this would be sufficient to take us up to the midterm review. I will not say it is a classic case of under-budgeting. The Ministry of Finance will make the necessary allocation, and that allocation will be utilized to pay salaries and wages under this sub-item. If at midterm there is a need for an increased supplementation, then the appropriate representation will be made to the Ministry of Finance, and the matter will be dealt with appropriately.
So, Minister, under this line item 01, are you then giving the assurance that there will be no layoffs in WASA up to the mid-year review?
This has nothing to do with laying off employees.
But then how do you pay them if it's not reflected on the books here?
Well, we always have the option of coming back to Parliament at the appropriate
So
time.
therefore it is a classic case of under-budgeting. Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Minister to answer, and hopefully he will allow you to ask your questions, and that's how we're trying to operate today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just to allay the fears of the member, if there is a need for additional supplementation, as we have done in 2024, we will return to the Parliament and we will go through the regular parliamentary process and do what is appropriate.
Yes, member.
Madam Chairman, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, we advise that the new CEO of WASA will take up the position of Chief Executive Officer come November 1st. Can you share with us under line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowances, the salary that has been agreed to for the new Chief Executive Officer of WASA, together with the allowances?
I don't have that information to share.
Can you give us the undertaking to provide it in writing?
I can do that.
Coming in December.
Yes, member for Princestown.
Madam, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Madam, in this House, we were told in a previous debate that the salaries for 9 senior executive managers of WASA would be determined by the Cabinet. Is the Minister in a position at this time to share with us what are the terms and conditions in terms of salaries and allowances for this new 9 senior executive managers of WASA?
You're asking that under this line item?
It's under salaries and cost of living allowance.
That will be taken care of under this line item.
Right. Can you indicate to us what was the agreement in terms of how much they will be paid and also their terms and conditions?
I can provide that in writing.
In writing.
But of course, I would not have that information at my disposal.
No problem.
But yes, just to go on record that the salaries and the compensation packages for the executive leadership for the Water and Sewage Authority was settled by the subcommittee of Cabinet, the HRAC, and which was subsequently approved by the board for payment to the new executive leadership.
Okay, can we move on?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, member for Princestown.
Item 43, Security Services. There's an increase of $2.4 million under General Administration. Minister, the question is that we've seen in other state entities, particularly TSTT, of a bill of $49,000 a month for their chief executive officer. Would this increase of $2.4 million also include security services outsourced for the new chief executive officer of WASA? Could you indicate why there would be an increase of 2.4 million?
We anticipate, we had some outstanding balances from the previous years, and the increase would be to settle those outstanding balances.
Subhead. Oh, sorry, Member for Cougar North.
Yes. Madam Speaker, line item 68, water trucking. We have seen a substantial increase there from the estimate in 2024 to the revised estimate from 18 million to 40 million. Can the Minister explain the reason for such a high increase in this line item?
We went through a very difficult dry season in 2024. As it is right now, the prediction from the Meteorological Services Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities is that we will continue to have harsh dry conditions moving towards end of 2024, going into 2025. As a result of that, we anticipate that there will be a higher demand for water trucking in some of our unserved and underserved communities. And this increased allocation, as you're seeing here, will be to allow the Water and Sewage Authority to continue to hire services for increased water trucking to some of our hard-hit communities.
Minister, returning to, we are still under goods and services. Chair?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. 16 contract employment.
16.
16. You have an allocation projected to spend 399,948,000 and a decrease of $66,582,000. Minister, could you inform this meeting what is responsible for this decrease in expenditure?
We are currently streamlining the executive leadership of the Water and Sewage Authority. A number of those persons would have been on short-term employment or their contracts would have expired over the years. And what we expect that with the streamlining of the executive leadership of the authority, there will be no need for this huge expenditure on the contract employment in the Water and Sewage Authority.
So that means you have retrenched workers at WASA?
I did not see that.
No, I'm trying to...
I'm just saying that
in the value of 66, if you are telling the meeting.
Let the
Please.
Minister answer, and then you could have... I know we are all very anxious, but let's try and contain that. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are currently restructuring and streamlining the executive leadership of the Water and Sewage Authority, and that we anticipate at the end of this exercise, the Water and Sewage Authority will not carry that huge bill of $66 or $399 million annually for contract employment.
And
yes.
Thank you.
And that does not mean retrenchment in any way.
So Minister, if you was paying in the context of contract employment for personnel with $466,530,000 in 2024. Now in 2025, you are reducing that by $66,582,000. How much less personnel are you paying with this sum?
Madam Chair, that persons will be employed on a more permanent basis, and there will be absolutely no need to have those persons employed under contractual engagement as have been done over the years.
So how many contract employees will no longer be there then, if you are saying that you are moving to permanent employment?
I don't have that information at hand, but I can tell you with the streamlined, new, lean executive leadership for the authority, there will be no need to carry a bill of $466 million in contract employment.
And just as you committed to give my colleague the very detailed information on the new executive leadership at WASA,
yes,
could you provide, would you be so kind to provide the meeting with the streamlining and how much contract employees and so on will no longer be at WASA?
I can provide that information.
With the passage of time.
And what?
With the passage of time.
What do you mean by that?
You interpret it, Minister.
Well,
This is not a self-interpreting exercise. You ask a question, the minister wants some clarity to give you the response that you
made a statement. You did not.
The minister said that he will provide. I said with the passage of time. I hope.
What you really mean he could give you any time? That's what you're saying?
Well.
Oh, okay. All right. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, line item 04 under General Administration. Again, the issue of electricity. And I refer the Honourable Minister to the answer that was provided to this House in 2023, where today we have an allocation of $84,800,000 for electricity under WASA. However, the answer to the question in terms of how much WASA owes to TNTEC is $800 million. Could the minister say out of this $84.8 million, how much of the arrears of $800 million will be paid to WASA to offset the debt that WASA owes to TNTEC, the sum of $800 million?
So in this allocation of $84.8 million, as soon as we receive the allocation and the releases, every cent will be paid to the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission. In addition to that, WASA also pays TNTEC from internal resources. That is monies that it would have collected from its own rates, from its customers.
But this,
so even so the $84.8 million would have been allocation, will be allocation to be received from the Ministry of Finance, and in addition to that, it will also utilize its internal resources to settle outstanding payments to TNTEC.
Same line item. Minister, are you aware that the $800 million in arrears is not from the public, but it is actually from ministries, state enterprises, etc.? The state.
But you're asking with respect to WASA's outstanding arrears to TNTEC?
Yes. I'm asking if you are aware that the $800 million is not from the public, it is from state enterprises and the ministry, the state itself.
I don't understand.
I really wouldn't allow that question under a electricity item that is before us. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to the following page on line item 69,
Sure.
which is on page 212 under the same General Administration head. And Minister, if you could provide us with the policy that governs with respect to road reinstatement, because this is a problem that we see across the country, where as soon as the road is repaired, after it's dug, and it is left in a very poor state. I have experienced that within my constituency of Couva North, and I'm sure my colleagues would experience that across the country. Can you identify what is the policy that governs with respect to this line item?
What do you mean the policy? The responsibility of WASA is as soon as the road is disrupted as a result of the repairs to a leak, that shortly after the road must be reinstated. There's no policy. It's understood that as soon as a leak is repaired, and if there is a need to restore the road, that line item is to provide WASA with the financial resources to be able to repair that road in short order.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions following up from my two previous colleagues. I want to take you back to line item 04, electricity. Does the ministry or does WASA has an appreciation of the amount in respect of all its facilities, the usage of electricity per year? So therefore, whilst it's reflected 84 million, is it that it's going to pay 84 million for its use of all of its electricity for all of its facilities this financial year?
Yes.
Or is it that the amount of usage is more than that or is less than that?
Well, it is obviously more than $84.8 million. But as I've indicated to your colleague a short while ago, WASA would utilize allocations or releases from the Ministry of Finance as well as its internal resources to meet its obligation to TNTEC on an annual basis. So this $84.8 million is to assist the authority to meet its outstanding obligations to the Commission.
Right, I appreciate that, Minister. What I'm asking is, what is your average usage per year for all of your facilities?
I don't have that information.
Would you be able to tell us what is in writing afterwards? Thanks. And with respect to line item 69, road reinstatement, Honourable Minister, I want to concur with my colleague from Couva North in respect of road reinstatement. I myself have been having unsuccessfully to get 2 particular holes repaired for the last year. So after reaching out to the WASA, because I have a good relationship with the WASA managers, so I reached out to them. After about 5-6 months, I didn't get on to them. I went and I reported to the RIC. The clerk of the RIC told me that I must have a reference number. I said, hold on, let me identify myself. I was at Parliament when the Honourable Minister indicated you don't need a reference number to make a report, right? I was here when the Honourable Minister, you said so. It has been 4 months.
What's the question?
The question is, that policy that you have iterated previously simply does not exist.
I said that there is no policy. What I said is that
if there is no policy, hold on. Just as we allow you to speak. If there is no policy, that statement is erroneous.
Because there is an obligation upon the authority.
That obligation does not exist, Minister. It
just
does
not exist.
So,
that obligation.
Member, as I know we all have a vaulted enthusiasm. All right, but we're not going to get anywhere if we don't allow each other the opportunity to finish statements. I'm going to allow the Minister to answer, but I'm not allowing any further conversation on policy. If you want to ask something about this road reinstatement sum of $26 million, I will allow that. Okay, Minister, if you could finish this statement, the response to the statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as I've indicated a short while ago, on this line item, it is to assist the authority to repair all roads that have been disrupted as a result of the repairs to leaks on our nation roads. There is no policy. There is a responsibility on the part of the authority to restore every single road that may have been disrupted by the authority responding or repairing leaks. It is a responsibility on the part of the authority. If the member has an issue with respect to the delays in responding to a particular road restoration, then I understand that. But to say that there is no policy is absolutely not true. It is a responsibility.
Member, yes?
I will just close, Madam Speaker, by just letting the Honourable Minister know that that policy or that obligation simply does not exist in reality.
Member for Princestown? No? Member for Couva South?
Madam Chair, I know the Minister has responded, but just to put it in the context of that responsibility of serving the people throughout Trinidad and Tobago, this line item with respect to road restoration or road reinstatement, Minister, I would really urge you to pay attention to how this sum of $26 million is spent in terms of a very efficient manner, and to ensure that road reinstatement is equitably dealt with throughout the 39 constituencies in Trinidad.
Madam Chair, the responsibility of the Water and Sewage Authority transcends constituencies. The manner in which every state agency is required to perform in Trinidad and Tobago, it cannot be confined to constituencies, whether it is PNM constituencies or UNC constituencies. Once there is a need to repair the road or fix a leak, it is the legal responsibility of the authority, notwithstanding whether or not that area is PNM or UNC. Politicians, especially those opposite, they see things in that particular way. But the manner in which WASA is expected, and I know that they respond to their responsibilities, it transcends politics.
Madam Chair, nobody on this side brought in UNCMP.
Madam, excuse me, this is not how we operating. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 23, fees. Can you indicate what type of fees will normally be paid under this line item, please? It's on page 211.
Yes. So under this line item, the authority is expected to pay outstanding fees to the RIC. You have legal fees, fees to the EMA, Green Fund levy, audit fees, licenses, and other subscriptions.
And in terms of, will this also encompass judgment made against WASA in terms of cost fees in respect of matters? For example, I've seen where somewhere along Rio Claro, I can be wrong, in the general vicinity, that someone is awarded a considerable sum of monies. Will that also be paid from this line item?
No.
Okay, can we move on? Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, line item 02, settlement of claims. I know my colleague asked earlier whether or not on a previous line item these were for legal claims brought against WASA. Can you indicate under the line item 02, settlement of claims, whether or not these are legal claims brought against WASA? And would you give us the undertaking with how much was expended for the last financial year?
Yeah.
How many claims were made against
That information
WASA?
can be provided.
Details of
Unfortunately, I don't have it with me, but that can be provided.
55, Regulated Industries Commission, subhead 01, personnel expenditure. We at page 231, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households, item 009, other transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We're at page 90, subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, item 003, economic infrastructure. A, electricity. B, postal services. Member for Couva South?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not there. I, water.
You're on page 90?
We're at page 90. A is electricity.
Yeah.
That's what I called.
Yeah. So I'll ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
But, you were a little slow on the drawer because we had reached B, but
No,
because, I wasn't sure what that meant.
But I was ahead of you this morning.
Yeah, well, it don't work out that way, but okay, let's go.
So the scale balancing a bit, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to 586, lighting of parks and recreational grounds, I see that you spent, or the ministry spent $10 million, and there was lighting of parks such as at the University of the Southern Caribbean Recreation Ground, Vance River Recreation Ground, Coconut Drive, Savannah, Maturita Basketball, and Warden Road Recreation Ground. And we are very congratulatory for you to light these grounds, but in 2025, you are due to spend $6 million, and I've been asking your ministry through successive ministers of public utilities to light the Bokaro Recreation Ground, which is a ground utilized virtually 24 hours by the young people of Couva South. Could you tell me if that, within that $6 million for 2025, if the Bokaro Recreation Ground will be lit?
I think that that recreation grounds is already lit.
I am the member of parliament.
I think the problem...
Don't mislead, please.
Yeah.
If you go down the road of misleading the South,
No. Yeah,
I will...
Member, 1 minute. Let's don't use that word mislead. All right? Member...
So you cannot tell me
Member,
that the Bokaro Recreation Ground is lit when I have been pleading with successive ministers of public utilities to light that ground. I have the letters. You remember in the budget debate, I walked with a huge file, and if I could have invoked the assistance of my constituency staff to bring additional files, and there have been no responses. I am very happy for the areas that have been pointed out, but I have a responsibility to advocate for the young sportsmen and women of Bokaro. Thank you.
and no one is denying you the right to represent. I'm saying don't use the word mislead. That's all.
Well, when the minister said that
and you have other choices of words that I know you can
what
find.
What other parliamentary term could I use?
Well, I mean, if you don't know, maybe you'll find out another day. All right, but that's not the
Mislead?
All right, that's
is
not
unparliamentary?
It is if you're accusing the member of misleading. Okay, so I think you've made your point. I don't know if the minister wishes to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, what I was attempting to inform the honourable member about with respect to this particular ground is that as my memory serves me, this particular ground, what is required is a rehabilitation of the lighting infrastructure. I have asked the team at the Ministry of Public Utilities to investigate because I recall the request that was made. I am yet to receive the report, but as soon as I get the report with the recommendation, as long as the resources are available, as I've been doing all over the country, the matter is going to be addressed. And the honourable member is aware that once a request is made to the Minister of Public Utilities, once the resources are available under the Ministry of Public Utilities under this line item, the matter is going to be prioritized as is necessary.
Yeah, just to aid my distinguished friend, there is absolutely no infrastructure on the Bokaro Recreation Ground. I could probably do a video or TikTok to aid you in that regard. And I would plead with you, Minister, give me your commitment to equality and distribution of the resources throughout the 39 constituencies
not
in Trinidad.
Evidence.
Could you
Evidence
look into the lighting of the...
all over.
And I may invite you to take a trip to Bokaro. It's not too far from the Freeport Waterworks.
I am happy that you are very familiar with the Freeport Waterworks. Had it not been for my invitation, you would not have been there.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, if I draw your attention to line item 583, disaster preparedness capabilities for TNTech Phase 2. This is an ongoing project. $10 million would have been spent in the last fiscal year, with an additional 5.5 this year. The question I have, Minister, since it's a continuation project, can you give us an update on where specifically has TNTech brought up their disaster preparedness capability and what this 5.5 million is going to do in this fiscal year to strengthen what has already been done?
All right, so that $5.5 million is expected to complete the procurement of spares and emergency supplies and 3 40-feet mobile acquisition, of 3 40-feet mobile substations geared towards the restoration of supply in areas that might be impacted as a result of extreme weather conditions.
In terms of the 5.5 million, there may be other systems that TNTech would have in terms of backup power, backup systems. Is that considered in terms of this allocation to continue building TNTech's capacity in those other areas?
And just like the Water and Sewage Authority, the allocation made to TNTech under the development program is always used to supplement work that the Commission continues to do on a regular basis with respect to building its resilience to climate change and all other events that may lead to a disruption in electricity supply around the country. So the answer to the question is yes. The Commission continues to build capacity in that regard, and the 5.5 allocation that we have here under this particular line item is to allow the Commission to acquire some more mobile stations to be able to restore electricity in areas that might be impacted as a result of extreme weather conditions.
And this fiscal is to bring 3 additional of the mobile stations on board.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Member for Caroni East.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon.
Line item 601, Renewable Energy Initiatives. In 2023, 2.4 million was spent. In 2024, 2.5 million was allocated to be spent, but nothing was spent in the revised estimate. And then in 2025, nothing was budgeted. Is this line item now defunct, or are you going to continue with this initiative?
There's a collaboration between TNTech or the Ministry of Public Utilities and the Ministry of Energy with respect to some of these initiatives. A significant component of this line item has been moved over to the Ministry of Energy because of the work that they do with respect to renewables, etc. So the fact that we have not really budgeted is because of that whole of government approach where the Ministry of Public Utilities, Ministry of Energy rather, is undertaking to do large components of what was expected to be done under this line item. That's the reason why we haven't made any allocation there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. Minister, I refer you to 593 electrification program, and I think that the program spent $2,228,000 in 2024, and you were able to provide a supply to 19 households benefited from that program. I don't know.
19?
I stand to be corrected. How many households?
20.
20?
28 households.
28
households.
28
under this
households.
program, yeah.
Could you probably provide me in writing a list of that 28 households? And additionally, how many households do you envisage to assist in 2025 with this $2 million?
Okay. So I have the information. I can provide it now to you. I'm seeing constituencies currently Central, Caroni East, Shogunas East, Shogunas West, Diego Martin Northeast, Faizabad, Labrie, La Hoqueta, Talparo, Mayaro, Maruga Tableland, Naparima, Princestown, Siparia, St. Anne's East, St. Augustine, Tabaquite, Tobago East, and Toku Sangre Grande. Those are the constituencies where persons would have benefited under this program.
And how many you
28
assist in 2025?
2025? Yeah. Around the same, because there's $2 million, and when you look at the amount of homes that were positively impacted in previous years, normally with that allocation it will be around 28 or 38. Now, it all depends on the population density in the particular area. So you might have in one program, it might benefit 10 homes. And in another area, one program might just benefit 2 homes. It all depends on the amount of people and the residents that live in this particular area. But with the $2 million, we expect somewhere in the same region of 20 to 30 homes to be positively impacted in 2025 with this allocation.
All right, thank you.
All right. C, postal service. Oh, member for Princestown, I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, line item 586, lighting of parks and recreation grounds. I know my colleague from Couva South asked a very specific question about a very specific ground, but in determining the figure under line item 586 of $6 million, there would have been a program of work in terms of your projections of which grounds are being targeted. Would you be kind enough to share that with us?
Oh, yes.
Which ones?
I don't have that information with me at my disposal, but I can provide that information. Yeah? street lighting.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other, ma'am, if you'd allow me, and the other line item has to do with line item 590, illumination of grounds of police stations. Then there's allocation of $100,000. Minister, you'd appreciate that we have many police stations in this country. One of the challenges we have had as members of parliament is that even the police stations come to our offices asking for stationery and paper and bulbs and help with electrical and that kind of thing. And that's to tell you the state of play with respect to the police stations. Would you be able to tell us, under 590, illumination of grounds of police stations, which grounds of police stations are being targeted for the next financial year with this allocation?
We don't have that information at this point in time.
Would you be able to provide it subsequent? Yes.
Yeah. But I can also tell you under this line item, we don't normally get requests from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service with respect to the lighting of their grounds. I assume that they utilize their internal resources to take care of lighting on police premises. But this allocation is made in the event that we get any particular request from the TTPS. The Ministry of Public Utilities will utilize this line item to assist.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Minister. I noticed that the TNTEC, they purchased something called an amphibian vehicle within the last financial year. Was that item encapsulated under 583? 583?
You have 583?
Yeah, page 90, 583. Pardon?
Yes.
And what was the cost of that vehicle?
I don't have that information at my disposal, but I think that is public knowledge.
Is the ministry then, that's fine, is the ministry then contemplating the acquisition of additional amphibian vehicles given the high level of flooding we have throughout the country as a result of, no desilting of rivers and so forth?
The answer is no. What we have is quite adequate to allow the Commission to respond to disasters.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to bring the Minister's attention to Project 586, Lighting of Parks and Recreation Ground. Minister, back in 2022, I would have asked you for some assistance to assist in repairing and installing lighting in the recreation grounds within the Couva North constituency. In particular, Jerry Junction Recreation Ground, Couva Recreation Ground, Perseverance Recreation Ground, Chananago Recreation Ground, Rupsing Road Recreation Ground, Karapichaima Recreation Ground, Korea Village Recreation Ground. Minister, the response that you gave us here when the question was asked is that these grounds, of course, you execute the lighting of these grounds based on the availability of funding. 2 years have passed, Minister, and I'm repeating the request once more that consideration be given at least to some of these grounds in the Couva North constituency. I had highlighted where an incident took place right on the perimeter of the Korea Recreation Ground where a young man was shot. A murder took place there, and I ask you to put some extra effort into the lighting of these recreation grounds because a lot of young people come out in the evening. They use the recreation grounds for sporting activities, and sports is something that assists in moving young persons away from a life that involves in wrongdoings, etc. But it occupies the young persons and it helps to develop these young people. And if you can kindly put some effort into having not all, but at least some of these grounds in the constituency, it will really be appreciated in this upcoming financial year that some effort be put into the request.
Madam Chair, just to respond to the Honourable Member, I understand and I hear his pleas. The Ministry of Public Utilities, Madam Chair, is in receipt of numerous requests for the lighting of grounds and parks all over Trinidad and Tobago. There is no way this allocation can allow the ministry to respond positively to all of the requests being made all over Trinidad and Tobago. Safe to say that unfortunately in a number of areas where this line item has been spent to install lights on recreational facilities, oftentimes you go there at night and there is absolutely no activity taking place. I'm not saying that is the case in your constituency. I'm just saying generally that oftentimes we spend large amount of financial resources to install lights on some of these areas. They remain, they're not utilized at night times. So I hear what you're saying. With this allocation of $5 or $6 million, the ministry will do its best to be able to respond to all of the requests that we continue to receive on a daily basis. And I will ask the Ministry of Public Utilities and their team at TNTech to look at some of the requests that you have made, and we will prioritize it based on the resources made available to us from the Ministry of Finance.
C, Postal Services. I, member for Princestown.
Yes, ma'am. Minister, line item 005, refurbishment and construction of post offices. There's an allocation of $4 million. Again, having probably undergone a program of works, if you would be kind enough to share with us the projections for which areas will be targeted for construction and refurbishment, please.
I can provide that information as soon as I have it. Madam Chair, I do apologize. I think there's a facility at Coconut Drive in Mova, one in Mayaro, and the other in Cedrus. Those are three of the facilities that comes to mind at this point in time. But there are other areas that we have identified for refurbishment. But I recall at this point in time, Mova, Mayaro, and Cedrus.
I, Water and Sewage. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. C, Welfare Services. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Line item 002, Residential Electrification Assistance Program, allocation of $3 million. If the Minister be kind enough to indicate to us how many persons benefited in the last financial year for this, and how many persons does the Ministry envisage to assist under this line item going forward?
Second member. Reap. Information by the technocrats. So we have completed 32 projects in 2024. We have 36 projects ongoing, and number of beneficiaries so far is 128 for 2024. So with this allocation, we expect more or less the same amount of beneficiaries, same amount of projects, and the communities to be impacted all over the country.
Sure. Minister, for the benefit of listeners and viewers, 002 is a residential electrification assistance program. So therefore, obviously based on the name, it's intended to assist householders. Can you indicate what would be the process to get assistance on line item 002?
Allow that under this item.
For a particular program.
And
so if we are appropriating money under 002.
Member, I've heard you. I am not going to allow that question under this item. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We're at pages 94 to 96. A, administrative services, member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 061, Community Water Improvement Program, CWIP. Minister, over the last couple of years, we have been engaging in terms of the improvement for water services in Mayaro, and we would have discussed the shortfall of about 5 million gallons of water for the constituency. Over the last couple of years, we would have spoken about a water treatment plant for Mayaro, the Petrotrain facility in Guayaguayari, and a couple of wells. Can you give me an update in terms of how these projects have been proceeding so far, and if we're anywhere close to achieving the targets that we want to lift the issues of water in Mayaro? The constituency, that is.
Yes, so under the Community Water Improvement Program, the project that we have identified in Mayaro is not going to be funded, and are not going to be funded, under this particular line item. This line item really treats with small, low-hanging fruit, small capital expenditure, community-based, community-oriented projects. The projects that we have identified for Mayaro, they all fall under a different line item, which is the National Water Sector Transformation Program and National Water Stabilization Program. So when we get to that line item,
Sure.
I can give you some more information.
Thank you,
on
Minister.
that. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
F, public buildings. H, meteorological. G, sanitary services. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, line item 013, upgrade of recovery and recycling facilities, plant and equipment. In 2023, 1.8 million was spent. In 2024, 1.5 million was budgeted, but only 100,000 was spent in the revised estimate. In 2025, 2 million is now again budgeted. Could you give us an idea of some of the difficulties the ministry may have faced in 2024, where 1.5 million was budgeted, but only 100,000 was spent with regards to this line item?
Thanks very much for that question. SWIMCOL has been experiencing some internal challenges with respect to its procurement department not having a procurement officer that contributed to a lot of delays in projects under its remit. That was eventually resolved. They met all of the requirements by the OPR, and towards the end of the 2024 fiscal period, they've been able to cover a lot of grounds in terms of putting out requests for tenders, going through the tendering process, and what have you. So unfortunately, because of some of these internal challenges by the company to meet some of the requirements of the OPR, it resulted in some delays in the implementation of its development program. But thankfully, they have been able to surmount those challenges, and we expect that in 2025, you'll be able to see a better performance in terms of this particular line item.
Thanks.
Infrastructure Development Fund, we're at page 207. Item 003, economic infrastructure. B, local water sources. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, line item 013, National Water Stabilization and Improvement Program. Previously, you and I would have discussed some of the issues the community of Ravinsab would have faced with regards to water. Could you give us an update on because I see 25 million is the estimated budgeted allocation this year for 2025. Could you give us an idea of some of the plans the ministry, WASA, may have with regards to helping or facilitating the community of Ravinsab with regards to a better water supply?
Madam Chair, thanks very much for the question. The Cabinet has approved a National Water Stabilization and Improvement Program, where Cabinet approved a budget of $160 million. And that program is geared towards addressing some of the water shortages in many communities around Trinidad and Tobago, but it's very targeted. So in the areas of Southwest, Southeast, and Ravinsab, a number of projects have been identified. They are in the tender phases. We have drilled a number of wells where communities are already experiencing an improvement in their water supply. That well that was drilled in the Las Lomas area to provide water for Cunahan and some of these areas that have been suffering for water for years, they are benefiting from the projects that we have identified under this particular program that Cabinet approved. Now, we have already commenced the tendering process for the upgrade of the Carson Field water treatment plant to take the water from those huge Ravinsab ponds that have been there for some years. The water has been treated. It was deemed to be quite feasible to be converted to potable use, and the Ministry of Public Utilities and WASA has commenced the procurement process for the upgrade of the Carson Field water treatment plant. The tender process is due to close at the end of October, and hopefully once a successful contractor is identified, works on that Carson Field water treatment plant, will commence with the associated pipeline works. So areas in Ravinsab, Thompson Road, I think you will be quite familiar with some of those areas, Susulans, Todd's Road, Mamral, Caparo, and Flanagan Town. They stand to benefit. Over 20,000 persons in that area will stand to benefit from this particular program.
Could you give us a timeline of like when?
As I said, the tender process is well advanced, and I'm hoping that a successful contractor is identified for the upgrade of that Carson Field water treatment plant. And once that is the case, before the end of the year, works on the upgrade of that Carson Field water treatment plant will commence, together with the associated pipeline work.
Famiaro.
Madam Chair, Minister, just coming back to the question I asked, I think it will qualify under 009 and 013. If you want me to repeat it, or you can just go ahead.
Under that particular line item, the Mayaro area, which is the southeastern area of Trinidad, a number of projects have already been identified. The well drilling program that we have well advanced taking place in the Mayaro area to increase the production of water, that particular project is being funded under this line item. They've already identified an area to upgrade, I think it's the Pilote water treatment plant, water treatment facility, and some areas in the Mayaro area to increase the production of water. So under the National Water Stabilization Program, as I've indicated to your colleague a short while ago, the Cabinet has approved an expenditure of $160 million. The $25 million allocation is to ensure that all of these projects, they get off the ground, so that by the end of this year, going into next year, you will see a lot of activities taking place with respect to the increase in water production to deal with the water deficit in southeast, southwest, and some areas in central Trinidad.
Any particular progress with regards to the facility we have down in Guayaguayari there in the Petrotrin facility?
Yes.
That my understanding, it's just a little piece of work to get the water onto the pipelines, because the facility was upgraded over the last few years.
Yes.
Any information on that?
So we expect that in 2025, the outstanding works will be completed. The Water and Sewage Authority, with the support of the Ministry of Finance under the development program, also utilizing internal resources, they continue to push this particular project, and I anticipate in 2025 we will complete this particular project. And of course, your constituents in Mayaro and surrounding communities will start to see an improvement in the supply of water, in addition to the wells that we have already started drilling. I understand that in the coming months, one of the wells will go into full production.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, ma'am.
Other water projects. I, water and sewage. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings. G, sanitary services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,044,832,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $3,044,832,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce. Thank you, other representatives from the various agencies under the Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, $615,495,390. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the House and members of the viewing public. The Ministry of Public Administration is continuing in its drive to increase the efficiency of the public service on a platform of digitalization and project reengineering. In that effort, we have several projects that are ongoing, the most significant of which are the e-human resource management system, a significant change in our approach to training of staff of the public service, our attempt to more adequately accommodate our staff, and the creation of a whole of government storage facility that we propose to implement during the course of this fiscal. So we are happy to respond to any questions that the members may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $615,495,390 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $615,495,390 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. We are at page 212. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services. Item 006, Public Management Consultant Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under this subhead, line item 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings. I see you have an increase this year of $28.1 million. Estimate for the 2025, $33.1 million in repairs. Could you state, and you only spent $5 million in the revised estimate for 2024. Could you state why this hefty amount for repairs in 2025, please?
We have an ongoing program of repairs to buildings because we are trying to change the ethos from letting buildings fall apart to proper maintenance. So this is the allocation we've received. There are several buildings that we have on the agenda for refurbishment and repair. In addition to having payments that we need to make to UDICOT, which is maintaining two of our most significant state-owned buildings, which would be the waterfront and the government complex.
And that is part of this allocation of 33.1 million.
Correct. That's all included in there.
Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, just to follow up on my colleague with respect to 21, repairs and maintenance of building. If you take away the sum you have to pay to UDICOT, how much you will expend on the refurbishment of other state buildings?
Well, there are allocations under other heads for the other buildings. What we have here identified for UDICOT totals $70 million.
17 million. So, So,
130.
so how much,
No.
or what buildings you have earmarked, other state
4.
buildings that you have earmarked for refurbishment that
We
could inform
have,
the meeting, please?
under both recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure, we have the Tunapuna and Siparia admin complexes, in respect of which we are doing ongoing work. We have the Flagstaff units that we are trying to refurbish, and we have the Victoria Keys units, which we're also working on. But as I said, there are allocations under this head and also under other heads.
Okay, thank you.
Item 006, Public Management Consulting Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under this subhead line item 17, training, you had allocated, estimate budgeted for 2024, $6 million. And this is a vital area in the public service. Only $1 million was spent in 2024, and you're now asking for 2020, in 2025, $10 million. What was supposed to have happened in 2024 in respect to this line item, and what is supposed to happen in 2025?
Okay, so we have been trying to revamp the training academy for quite some time, but our RFPs in respect of how do we restructure the academy to more adequately service the needs of the public service have not been successful. So while we are taking another approach to securing advice on how we do that, we reached out to the University of the West Indies and the University of Trinidad and Tobago to assist us with training our public servants. We have entered into an MOU with the University of the West Indies for now to train 3,000 public servants each term. The first set of training will take place in this term, this calendar year, and we expect to continue to roll that out, and this is how we will use the bulk of the allocation under this head.
So the training is outsourced as opposed to...
It's outsourced at the moment. I would expect even when we do a revamping that there will be significant outsourcing, and what I expect the academy to be doing going forward is managing and strategizing the training rather than rolling out the training itself, because having taken that approach over the last however many years, the maximum amount of people on average they are able to train is 1,000 people a year, and that is not adequate when you consider the size of the public service.
Thank you.
Just following up, Minister, on the third line item. So the $10 million, how out of this $10 million, a MOU assigned with the University of the West Indies, how much of this sum will be paid to the University of the West Indies?
Well, it actually depends on how many students are trained during the course of the year. In this term, we have identified 2,700 people, rather than the targeted 3,000 to be trained this term, and that should cost us in the region of $2 to $3 million.
And how the 2,700 persons have been identified through heads of division?
We opened a portal for applications to be submitted, and we started with that. We then reached out to the relevant agencies to confirm that the people were part of the government service and that they were appropriately identified in their application to determine whether, from our perspective, they qualified. And then the next step is for UE to ensure that they qualify under their program before the program kicks off. Is
there an avenue for public servants who are of the opinion that they have been bypassed for selection to seek redress?
Well, I don't know how you are bypassed unless a determination is made, usually by the university, that you don't qualify. But they can escalate it to the ministry, and we look into any concerns that are raised. Because, as I said, there's an open platform for application, so anybody who wants to apply can.
And taking into consideration that monthly paid public servants are represented by the Public Services Association. Have you engaged the Public Services Association on this particular initiative?
We have not, but it is not usual for us to reach out to the association in terms of our training efforts. That has not been the practice.
Okay, thank you.
Item 015, Strategic Services Division. Item 020, Modernization and Service Improvement Division. Item 021, Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Item 021, Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 007, Households. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Draft Estimates of Development Program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. This is where you are. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Minister, line item under A067, E, Human Resource Management. I notice, based on the numbers here, in 2024, a spend of $3 million based on a budgeted amount of 14.6, and then in 2025, you're asking for 13.5. And in 2023, the actual spent was $570,000. And I know I might have asked you this question previously. In that line item, E-Human Resource Management, is very critical for the public service. I think you identified that when we would have spoken last year. And based on the spent here, nothing seems to have happened. I might be wrong, but could you tell us or tell me what transpired and what is supposed to again happen in 2025?
Yes, actually a lot has happened. It took us longer than we had anticipated to negotiate the contract with the service provider, which is Oracle, because the way they deal with their contracts is that each module has a separate contracting team and a separate contract. So that took a while, which is why the spend was not as high as we had anticipated. But having gone past that and signed the contract, we are full steam ahead with a target date, and we are on stream to meet that target date.
And that target date is what?
Is July of 2025.
2025. Thank you. Can I go to the next?
Yes, sure.
And, oh, no, sorry, under F.
So, Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to 071, development of a work-from-home policy for the public service. In 2024, it was projected that $2 million will be spent. Only $1 million was spent, and now we have $500,000 allocated for 2025. Could you provide this meeting with an update if this policy is closer to execution in terms of implementation?
The contractor was engaged in January of this year. They started their work right away. It's a 5-phase program, and they are at phase 3. So we expect that in the first quarter of 2025 calendar, that they will be completed with their report.
So this, and could we get the name of the
it's PricewaterhouseCoopers.
PricewaterhouseCoopers. Now this, a work-from-home policy deals with terms and conditions of employment. Through the service provider, have you advised the service provider that the public servants are indeed represented by the Public Services Association, and they would need to be engaged in terms of altering of terms and conditions of employment?
Well, at the moment, we are merely looking at the possibilities, and the consultant has reached out to the service provider as one of the many stakeholders involved in the process to have discussions as to how it is viewed and what, if any, concerns they have and so on. Once it is determined that we are moving forward, if it is determined we are moving forward with such a program, then we will engage them more fully in terms of negotiating with them on the change of terms.
Okay, and phase 4 and 5 of this project, could you elucidate what 4 and 5 would mean in terms of the phases?
It is proposed that we will have a pilot project and then a presentation of the final report for presentation to the Cabinet.
To the Cabinet. Okay, and when that report may be from a timeline?
As I indicated, during the first quarter of next calendar, which is between January and March of 2025.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yes, member for Point of View?
Yeah.
We're still on the A, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Minister, line items, both 069 and 070 are two plans. 69 is development and implementation of a workforce planning strategy for the public service. Nothing was spent in 2024, and same thing as the 70, which talks about development and implementation of a public sector integrity system. Could you say if anything is happening in those two line items at all, or because it seems very critical to the public service?
Integrity system and the work from home?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, 69 and 70. 069 and 070.
At the moment, what we are doing with respect to the workforce planning is the SHRIMP, the Strategic Human Resource Management Council, comprised of the Personnel Department, the Service Commission, and the Ministry of Public Admin. We have reached out to various stakeholders to get their feedback in terms of their work from home, and we are collating the information to determine how we move forward, which is why the expenditure on this has not been. But in this year, we expect to have some expenditure, having gathered that information and determined what we think should be the way forward. In respect of the integrity system, yes, we were not able to do an implementation of that last year. And I don't know, we don't have any allocation for that, so I don't know that we can progress
there's
this
an allocation
beyond,
of 500,000. This year, there's an allocation of 500,000. The same allocation as last year.
For work from home, yes.
No, the integrity system. Line item 070.
Yeah. No, I think this is what we requested. My information is that we haven't got an allocation under this item, unless I'm mistaken. The PSS.
I'm seeing an allocation.
Right. 24, 25. Right. Okay. So yes, we do have a small allocation. So once we do, we'll move forward with that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we do agree with you that it's important for the public service. And since we have passed the whistleblower legislation, we have a platform in which to build. So that's what we are proposing to do.
Thank you.
F, public buildings. Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Minister, under F, acquisition, acquisition of buildings for government accommodations. Nothing was budgeted at the beginning of 2024. And we saw a revised estimate, something happened, spent of $3 million, and then an estimate of $10 million for 2025. Was there an acquisition of a government building in 2024 that incurred this?
Sorry, we have commenced the process of acquisition. It has not been completed, so we are at the stage where the sales agreement is being finalized, and the down payment will be made at that point in respect of the first of the two buildings we are hoping to acquire.
And this building is for public admin or for...
Not for public admin, no. It is for the Port of Spain City Corporation.
Water Spring City Corporation. Thank you.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 205. F, public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $615,495,390 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $615,495,390 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Head 17, Personnel Department. Head 17, Personnel Department, $46,246,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Personnel Department is responsible for determining and advising on pay and terms and conditions of employment for employees in the public service, estimated to be around 90,000 workers. The department determines through consultation and negotiations with appropriate recognized majority unions and associations the terms and conditions of service for persons in the civil service, relevant statutory authorities, the teaching service, the police service, the fire service, and the prison service. The department is also responsible for determination of terms and conditions of employment for members of the Defence Force, daily rated workers, contract employees, and the provision of secretariat services, and advising the Salaries Review Commission on the terms and conditions of employment for office holders within its purview, as well as providing secretariat services to the Human Resource Advisory Committee, a subcommittee of Cabinet for which the department provides recommendations and advice to treat with organizations in the state sector. The department is also required to advise on a wide range of HR issues in the public service, including matters related to industrial relations. These include matters before the industrial court, grievances, and disputes. Currently, the department is engaged in a job evaluation exercise for officers within the civil service, Tobago House of Assembly, and statutory authorities within the Statutory Authorities Act in respect of the police service and Port of Spain Corporation. Requests for proposals for job evaluation exercises will be issued to procure providers. The leadership of the department, through the implementation of the Strategic Planning Framework 2022 and a revised structure approved by the Cabinet in 2024, and commitment to training and development, continues to strengthen the organization to improve the timeliness and quality of service delivery to all its service stakeholders. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $46,246,000 for Head 17, Personnel Department, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $46,246,000 for Head 17, Personnel Department, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 79. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
Minister, with respect to 01 salaries and cost of living, this additional sum of $900,000, could you advise this meeting how it will be utilized to supplement the work of the personnel department?
Well, there are several vacancies in the department currently. We have recently got the structure of the new structure of the CPO's office approved by the cabinet, and we are hoping to work assiduously with the Service Commission to fill at least the most critical of these vacancies.
And given the new organizational structure you said, which was approved by the cabinet, how many vacancies need to be filled in the context of this new structure?
We currently have established positions of 196, of which 133 are vacant. Some of them have bodies in them, but some of them don't. So that there is an immediate push to fill vacancies for the offices of Senior Human Resource Advisor and Human Resource Advisor. Those are the main targets at the moment. We're looking at 10 Senior Human Resource Advisors and 17 Human Resource Advisors.
So based on the data, less than the CPO's office has less than, what, 50% staff at the moment?
In the established positions, as I said, some of the vacant positions do have bodies in them, but we don't have the permanent bodies that the establishment requires us to have.
All right, thank you. And with respect to the, let's see, there's a new sub-item, 08 vacant posts again, and I see $100,000 has been allocated. Could you just bring some clarification on this new sub-item?
Is in respect of the same positions that we are hoping to fill, and it relates to the COLA element of the sums that will be payable to those new officers.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We are at page 52. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. Member for Vancouver South.
Minister, with respect to the 034, the conduct of a job evaluation classification exercise in respect of the prison services of Trinidad and Tobago. And you intend to spend $500,000 in fiscal 2025. Could you advise the meeting of the status of this job evaluation exercise?
Yes, we are still in the procurement stage. We were not satisfied with the results of the first RFP, so we went back out a second time. We've identified a preferred bidder, and we're in the process of negotiating with that bidder.
And based on, well, the RFP and you're not being satisfied and so on, is there some timeline that this actual job classification exercise is targeted to start?
We expect that we should complete negotiations and engage the contractor by the end of this calendar. So I would expect that early in the new year we will start the work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes?
Could I continue, Madam?
You finished with A?
Yeah.
You on A?
Yeah, still on A.
Okay, yes, please.
Yeah. We move to 036, conduct of a job evaluation and compensation exercise for the civil service. And Minister, in fiscal 2024, it was projected that the ministry or the CPO's office would have spent $9,904,000. Only $3 million was spent, and in 2025, there's a projection for $3,535,000 to be spent. Could you again advise the meeting of the status of this job evaluation and compensation exercise for the civil service?
The exercise is far advanced. We expect it to be concluded by the end of the first quarter, between the end of the first quarter and the end of the second quarter of next year. A lot of the work in respect of the compensation review has been done, and what we are doing now is in the process of coming to terms with the job evaluation, job description exercise that is ongoing, which requires the active participation of the three relevant parties. That is the personnel department, the consultant, and the union. So the delay in getting them all together as and when required is what is causing a pushback on the timing, but we are hopeful that in the course of next year we'll get it done.
So there's a projected date for the completion?
Yes, there is.
Middle of 2025, end of?
That's what I indicated. Between the end of the second and the third quarters, we expect it to be completed with a report submitted.
Okay. And I move to 00044, the review of the Public Service Employee Assistance Program. And we are projected to spend, well, in 2024, 1.5 million was projected to be spent. Only 300,000 was spent. And in 2025, $520,000. As you review this program, is there any focus on what we may call mental health and domestic violence and so on in relation to how you focus public servants to deal with the challenges in the workplace and in family life and so on?
The draft policy is completed and it's before the cabinet for approval, but in designing the policy, we have sought to deal with a comprehensive range of issues that may face employees to ensure that their mental health is appropriate for them to be able to perform their duties, and that would include the two issues that you raised, domestic violence and so on.
And it is, when you focus on that, and if, for example, an employee has been you categorize or you find out, given the state, mental health and so on, is there any sense of leave of absence to attempt to rehabilitate, refocus, redirect, and so on?
Well, the policy talks about providing resources to advise the employee primarily, but also in certain circumstances the employer on what action needs to be taken to treat with the mental health of the employee. So as and when a recommendation is made, it will be escalated or referred to the relevant agency as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I could move on. Chair?
F, public buildings, so you're still in it?
Still there.
Yes, sure, you may.
A number of relevant.
Yeah, you seem to be the only person on my list right now.
On the?
On the list.
You must have a little goodwill with me, Madam Speaker.
And that's what I'm saying, you're the only person on my list right now.
All right. 045, the conduct of a job evaluation exercise for daily rated workers. Minister, as you spend, or you are projected to spend $1 million for this exercise in 2025, could you provide this meeting with a status on the job evaluation exercise?
We haven't been able to successfully identify a contractor, so we have gone back out to see if we can correct that.
Okay, so that may not happen in 2025. Then.
We are hopeful that it will.
Okay. And as we move down the the page 046, conduct of a job evaluation classification exercise in respect of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And you are projected again to spend $1 million in fiscal 2025. Could you provide a status report as it relates to this particular line item?
The RFP for this is being finalized, and so we'll have to go through the procurement process. So we are anticipating a commencement date of July 2025.
And an end date, if you are projecting?
It would be difficult to do that without seeing the proposal to determine what is viable.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. F, public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $46,246,000 for Head 17 Personnel Department stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $46,246,000 for Head 17 Personnel Department now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Chief Personnel Officer and for the other members of that department. Head 06, Service Commissions. Head 06, Service Commissions, $80,567,100. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Service Commission Department has a secretariat for 4 constitutionally enshrined service commissions, provides administrative and technical advisory services to enable the commissions to carry out their constitutional functions. The Public Service Commission, in addition to achieving its mandate, continues its intense efforts with other key stakeholders, ventilating ideas for enhanced coherence and long-term consolidation of strategic human resource management in the public service. The plans for all the commissions for fiscal 2024 to 2025 include the further filling of key positions across the public service, enacting policy changes through the revision of regulations, increasing operational efficiency, continued stakeholder engagement, and ensuring discipline in the public service. The Service Commission continues its efforts to create a paperless society through digitalization and process re-engineering of its processes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $80,567,100 for Head 06 Service Commissions stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $80,567,100 for Head 06 Service Commissions is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration, we're on page 30. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Item 002, Tobago Services. Item 003, Public Service Commission. Item 004, Teaching Service Commission. Item 005, Judicial and Legal Service Commission. Item 006, Police Service Commission. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, we are at page 11. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $80,567,100 per head, 06 service commissions, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $80,567,100 per head, 06 service commissions, now stand part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the DPA and to the other members of the Service Commission. So, honorable members, again, I want to commend your efficiency. I think we have reached the end of the 8 heads which we have assigned for today. And therefore, at this stage, I now suspend this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee to Tuesday, October the 15th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Reach home safely, everyone.